Right, let's get that in the room. One second. Alright, actually, I'm notified. On Discord, alright. Okay. So... Alright. So I'm just going to wait for the Temics and Waffle for a bit. If they take too long, I suppose I'll have to start without them, but of course really don't want to do that. Because you know, I've been here for like previous streams. Alright, better go to mod view. Alright, it's the final set. I go for the beginning, so I can start from there. The final of the complete set. I'll do set 4 and that one's done. So for now, this one's the last one I'm going to be doing for quite a while. Yep. Alright. Not really not to say in the meantime. As one person is watching, but that could just be me watching in mod view. I don't know which counts that as someone watching. I don't think it does, but I don't know. Alright. I don't want to begin without Alex or Waterfall, but let's not just get started just like yapping about set 3 as a whole. Though set 3 weirdly begins with Fazbear Frights. Which is strange because usually the sets are done in order of when the things are created. Set 1 begins with FNAF 1, set 2 begins with Help Wanted. Set 3 begins with the Fazbear Frights, which were they done after the novels. They're done after the Silver Eyes trilogy. So it's a bit weird. It's a change how they've done. Except 4 is just like a couple of random cards that are on previous things. Suppose locking yourself into just doing one thing is so I didn't want to lock himself into doing just in order of release. Now as for the set itself, very gimmicky set, like the set before it. Set 2 was overall very gimmicky, set 3 even more so. Lots of gimmicks here. Like, obviously there's the agony cards. Of course. Yeah, it looks like no signs of waterfall or Temix. That's really a shame. Could just get started. Good. Well, this will take me a while anyway, but I have plenty of time to go in. Alright, the Pit Keeper. Well, 60%, 2 JP Agony. Which means that he does stack stuff, pretty much. When this card is played, you may discard up to 2 humans from your hand. If one was an adult, this card has +1 JP during your opponent's turns, and if one was a child, this card has +1 JP on your turns. At the start of your turn, you may discard 1 card from the top of your deck, or send this card for salvage. Omni Rabbit Springlock. Now, by himself, he doesn't do anything with the Agony keyword. That's just like, there's things that interact with him because he has Agony. Notably, this card doesn't have any aliases, which is like shocking. He doesn't have alias Spring Bonnie, or like any of the Afton aliases even. I genuinely have no idea he doesn't at least have alias Spring Bonnie. Because, you know, then he'd be able to use like Bonnie stuff. It's just weird because this is Spring Bonnie. This character is. Like, that is 100% Spring Bonnie. Now, as for the when price card's playability, discarding humans from your hand not much likes discarding adults. There's not really that much that stands much to gain from discarding adults specifically, but discarding a child is very nice if you're doing like Focus Baby stuff. I could respond to the message Golem Prog is sending me regarding my opinion being wrong about Bird Trap. Well, anyway, the start of the turn, it's pretty rough. He just mills out your deck. There's kind of a thing a lot of these Agony cards have, where it's like, sure, he can have like, he could be a very good blocker, he could get he could get JP for quite cheap power rise, right? Be a very cheap 3 JP card, although, unless you have the right cards in your hand, it's, well, he'll either be doing your turn or your opponent's turn, and you'll either have to get rid of like a Night Guard or something, or a child. I mean, Game of Generation is useful again, but to get rid of an adult human can sting a little. However, the fact you get Omni like 3 JP kind of for only 60%, that's really nice. And him milling out your deck, you can take advantage of that. You're probably supposed to be using something that pulls your deck with salvage, which there's a lot of things like that in Agony. Yeah. You don't have to discount for humans, you can just be like mid-range 2 JP for the office, like that's already pretty good, like 60%. You can go up to like 3. Not a bad start. Although the lack of aliases is very odd. Unstable. Average stream bitrate. Whatever. Alright, next up, the Agonized Shadow Form. 50% for 2 JP. When this card is played, add a card of Agony from your Savage or bottom 3 cards of your deck to your hand. Once per turn, if you control a card of Eleanor in its name, pick a card you control of Agony and switch it with a card from its deck you control of the exact same play cost. This doesn't count as playing a new card. Any counters if the card states and or other effects still apply. Fools, Rabbit, Misfit. First Misfit of the set. And there's also something called Shadow. It's obviously nice for Follow Me. As for the card itself, the when played effect is very good. Anything that's anti-box is really useful. Well, it's anti-box only for Agony. Also, being able to take Agony with Salvage is also really good. But once per turn, you need Eleanor out. There's only one card of Eleanor, its name. Really, I guess there's Eleanor's Pendant. I don't believe that's a persistent customization though. However, you can switch this with another card in a stat. Well, not this, you pick other cards, other Agony cards, and fill them with other cards and stacks for the same cost. This can be really nice for getting around difficult Agony play costs. A lot of Agony stuff have very difficult play costs. So that can be very nice. You know, getting around play requirements, really useful. And if you have Eleanor out, you probably have a lot of cards in stacks, because anything goes inside goes to Eleanor stack. These are from any stacks. Can be a nice card for bringing out more difficult cards to get out. So yeah, not a bad card by any stretch of imagination, I think. Alright, next up we have Ralpho, another mid-range 2JP. 50% for 2JP. Agony, when this card is played, add 3 hour counters to it. Start of your turn, remove an hour card from this card. When this card has no hour counters, send it to the salvage and draw 1 card in the bottom of your deck. What does that mean? Oh, no, wait. It means your bottom. Withdraw the bottom card of your deck. That's what that means. And once per opponent's turn, this card is at the side of your extra. That's really nice. Let's grab it. That's it. Yeah. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Anyway, back to Ralph. Once per opponent's turn with this card will be sent to the salvage, you can reactivate it and you must move it laterally one space. Pulse, Rabbit, Biscuit. Anyway, this is a pretty good card. He doesn't last very long. He has like a time limit of 3 turns to get things done. And I would say he's anti-box, but because you can't activate that at will, I know, that's like... You can't really play around the box using that, but still, it's nice. You're a common bomb of your deck. If something else was boxed, you can play around it there, actually, obviously. And the what's per opponent's turn is just really nice. He becomes a very durable meat shield. Oh, meat shield. Like he can like block a hit from something very scary, and he's fine. And he reactivates as well, so he can block another hit after doing that. But must do it laterally one space. I have to wonder, what happens if you can't? What happens if something else is there? Does he just stay in place? That's... Not quite clear on that. Yeah. Well, we'll be able to reactivate him after he dies as well. It's a really, really useful card. Very nice because Agony struggles with like board control. So this guy helps with that. There's a card that can like maintain its life quite well. Although he will, I say that, he does inevitably die. So, it's only a temporary solution to board control. Anyway, on to the next card. Flush Trap Chaser. Oh, hey. Hey, Waterfall. Hi. This is like the 4th Flush Trap card, which is interesting. Oh yeah, Waterfall. It's nice to see him for stream. Yeah. Yeah, alright. Anyway, back to the cards. Flush Up Chaser, 40% for 1 JP. Agony. This card has plus 1 JP for attack while controlling a color of Eleanor in its name. When a card is played in your opponent's front row, you must move this card in front of it if the space on your side is open. If the color of Agony is in that space, you may switch Flush Up Chaser's position with it and gain 10%. Front row Rabbit Plush. Well, if you have Eleanor, this is like the cheapest card that just has 2 JP. No wait, it's not. 40% 2 JP is common. What am I talking about? That's like party hats. Yeah, it's not. Sorry. Sorry if I thought it was... Oh, that's for 40%, I don't know. Anyway. It's a good blocker. Again, that's very helpful for Agony. They kind of need that. And it can get power for you. And it also acts as a meat shield for your more valuable Agony cards if they ever end up deactivated in front of an opponent's card. Now, if you have like Eleanor out, it becomes really good. Up until that point though, I don't think it's great. Only 1 JP in all this is... he's unlikely to do a whole lot if they have like 2 JP. Like this guy's job is to absorb a hit or to take out a deactivated card. And he becomes very good at that when you have Eleanor out. Until that point, he's not great at it. Also, it's a card that your opponent can manipulate the position of, which means he has a lot of inherent counterplay. But not a bad card. I mean, that power you get from him is very helpful as well. It can make your opponent's life look quite a bit tougher if you have multiple Agony stuff out. Ella Frights. 30% for 0 JP. When this card is played, if you have no cards of Eleanor in their name under your control, you may add 1 card of Eleanor in its name from your deck to your hand. If you do, at the end of your turn, reveal 3 cards from the top of your deck, add 1 card of Agony to your hand, then archive. Of your turn, if you control another card of L in its name and have less than 30% power, you may gain 10%. Office Humanoid Plush. This is a support card for Eleanor. That's the whole point of this. Is that it helps you get Eleanor out and gives you power when you do have Eleanor out. Interestingly, the second part for when this card is played implies that she gives you those cards at the end of every turn as long as you have an Eleanor under your control. Which is very nice. There's a lot of Agony stuff that can pull from like the bottom of the deck. This is like we've just like covered some of them. That's got quite a bit of use to them. Pretty good support card, but also she's an office blocker. That's really handy. Alright, up next we have Springtrap Frights. 60% for 2 JP. Agony, when an illusion card is sent for salvage, its turn against 10%. Once per every other turn, take up to 4 damage to place a fear token. Adult, illusion 1 JP. Agony, aggressive, this card can't deal damage. In your front row, for every 2 points of damage you inflict yourself, fools can grab a spring lock. This guy used to be like significantly worse. Well, I'm actually responsible. You know this. But for the sake of anyone watching the VOD, I suppose, I am responsible for this card being buffed because I spoke about it. Anyway, the ability, the persistence ability of gaining power whenever illusions are sent to salvage is very nice. Like, if you're running a lot of illusions, a lot of illusions do like to discard cards. The twisted cards from this very set, for example. Yeah. And this includes when cards are discarded, when an effect searches and then discards, which a fair few do. You just get power for that. it's really nice. Now, if you're playing against like nightmares or something that plays a lot of illusions, this can be kind of a double-edged sword. And I would say I don't think this guy's amazing in nightmares himself. He isn't a nightmare. You know? He takes up valuable board space that you want to be filling with nightmares instead. As for his tokens, you have to take damage to place them, which is a very steep cost. However, you get 1 JP that can only damage cards just right away. Which is very nice. All of a sudden, your opponent's like security guard, if it has like 0 JP, isn't safe ever being deactivated without blockers. Because you could just get 1 JP token to kill it. And when that 1 JP token dies, you get 10%. So he's a nice card if you don't mind taking damage too much. That's his big weakness. He deals damage to you. That's why every agony card is a double-edged sword somehow. I suppose that's the whole point of it. Also, the 1 JP on blocking. You don't just use these for being aggressive. You use these to just be 1 JP tokens. Those are very nice if your opponent's running a lot of 1 JP stuff. Which, to be fair, 1 JP isn't that common these days. Most cards, well, just these days, like most cards that your opponent wants to play on the field are 2 JP. But it's still nice if they're using any 1 JP attackers. Fetch 40% for 1 JP. Agony. When this card is played, reveal the top 4 cards of your deck, and a card of Agony among them then archive. Once per turn, you may pay 10% to move a card from the bottom of your deck to the top of your deck. Left tool, left office, dog animatronic. Very strange placing, but I suppose this deck was being more experimental, so it's to be expected. As for the card itself, obviously a very weak body, although it's one that can go into the office for cheap, so it is useful in that. As for the rest of it, it's a searcher when it is played right away, and then it can bring back the cards it's set to archive, and also anything else it sends to archive, and it's also anti-box. It's nice for agony decks that really want to send a lot of things to archive. But if you're putting, this guy wants to be put in a deck that already has a lot of searches, but he himself is a searcher. I suppose you could have him as one of your main searchers. Not more than many others as well. Just have him for a surgery for himself. Coils the Clown. For 40% for 0 JP. Agony. Once per opponent's turn, when a card you control would be salvaged by fighting or a character's effect, you may move it to an open space laterally next to Coils the Clown to protect it. That card does not react to it. The next turn, after this effect, draw 1 card and heal 1. Office, Humanoid Misfit. I am surprised that this guy does not have fun time. First of all, when the ominous gang of clowns does. We'll get to that card later. Second of all, what does "to protect it" mean? Does it mean that that card isn't sent to salvage? I assume so. And if so, that's pretty nice. For protecting any vulnerable agony cards. Because again, this deck, you don't have many cards with a board and you really want to keep those there. Oh, the card not reactivating does suck for keeping it alive later on. Your opponent could push that. Although, laterally next to, I believe that it could include in the office. That's really nice. If so, being able to put things in the office. After plan getting office blockers in, not office blockers, blockers of a ball across the throat where to protect them, and of course can do it himself as well. It'd be really nice. Although the drink one and healing one is just nice as well. Well, you'll take 40% for essentially a night guard that only has a gimmicky way of protecting your cards. And that's his only effect. He only does this one thing. Most night cards will do multiple things. That does kind of hurt a bit, even if it is a good one thing, like, it does protect from effects, that's really useful. I feel like something like Freak Smith would be better for defending my cards, or even Cassette Man to take advantage of them dying. Agonize Foxy, 50% for 1 JP. Agony. Once per turn, add a +1 JP card to this card. This card can have no more colors with this effect than 2 plus the number of cards below another card you control. When this card deactivates, remove 3 cards from it. Right tool, Foxy Electronic. So, this is a Foxy who costs 50% plus 1 base JP, and his upper limit in about his upper limit is dependent on cards you have in a stack. However, the style of this guy, like, Agony Foxy isn't really that much of a thing, because to really take advantage of Foxy's getting lots of JP, you need customizations for that. You need to be running both Agony and those customizations to properly take advantage of Agonize Foxy's effect. Although going to 1 JP instead of 0 is very nice. But I suppose you do. Although you do have this true deck at all thing, I could see use cases for him. Alright, next up we have Agonize Funtime Freddy. 70% for 2 JP. Agony. This card is marked for use with certain effects. The first time that has been specified so far. When this card is played, place a child from your hand over this card's path below this card to create a stack. That card isn't treated as a play and it can't fight or use effects until it specifies it can. Wherever the last card goes, it goes too. I suppose this is the first stack card made, so Sire felt the need to specify what it meant, because this is the first one. Once per turn, while this card has a stack or is in a stack card, you may remove a card from the stack to deal 1 damage. Right tool, bear animatronic. Interesting effect. Now, being able to put children in this guy's path into his stack is nice, but won't really come up all that often. If your opponent's playing children in the office, like with, I don't know, like the brother or probably GGY, you can take advantage of that really easily. Of course, children of the right rule as well, obviously. Otherwise, you have to put the child from your hand to his stack. But that child will inevitably go to salvage, so he's probably pretty nice for if you're running agony alongside something that sends children to salvage a lot. Something like it's doing that kind of thing. Because, you know, sending children to salvage can activate other effects, of course. In terms of like his body, he's 70% for only 2 JP. But he does have a burn ability. Normally he can only do that once. However, real strength of this is when he's in someone else's stack. Like if he goes into Eleanor's stack. However, Eleanor, for example, does want to be building her stack up a lot. So he could slow that down. Still, having a burn ability is very nice. But you do have to spend a lot to do that. You have to both pay 70% for the card of this kind of stack from sending it salvage or something. And then you have to discover children. There's another kind of stack. Alright, now we have Lucky Boy. 20% for 0 JP. Agony. This card is also treated as child and plush. Once per turn, you may flip a coin for an effect. You can rig the outcome of a single coin flip anywhere in the effect by taking the damage. Office Humanoid Animatronic. This guy is only useful with specific cards. Even like among coin flips, the 1 damage cost is often more than it's worth. But if a specific coin flips that he's useful in, he can be very good at making cards more consistent. For example, the one I've played is with the Curse. He's very nice there. Now, being treated as a child and a plush as well as a humanoid and animatronic, this guy has a lot of keywords, a lot of types rather. You know, counts as a child for anything that kills children. You could use him with like, what's it called? Harlequin Baby, for example. Although his coin flop also the fact it wouldn't be worth using with hers, I don't think. Still, he's useful in that kind of thing, and the plush type, I don't actually know what uses plush. I think it's like plush endo. That's all I can really think of. Alright, onto the Stitch Wraith. 70% for 2 JP. This card cannot be sent for salvage by customizations. Start of your turn, reveal the top 2 cards of your deck, add a spirit or agony to your hand, then shuffle the deck. Once per turn, you may place a spirit below this card in a stack, play a card of agony from your hand to move this card to any adjacent space or gain 20%. If a card with agony is on a space this card moves to, place it in a stack below this card, then draw 1 and heal 2. Retro, Humanoid Endo, Animatronic. This is a really nice card. Now, Saya says that this card is an endgame card. I personally think he's more of a mid to late game card. I think he's more about getting you somewhere than being the destination, personally. Now, the start of turn ability is really good. If you're running a lot of spirits or a lot of agony, but he can put those in your hand very quickly. Once per turn, it's very nice as well. You can put spirits in his stack for like any kind of abilities that use stacks. Or you can play agonies, and then with either of those you can make him walk somewhere or gain 20%, both of which are very useful. You can put him with the office so we can attack better, you could move him somewhere you want another, some out of the way so you can put another card in his previous place. You just gain 20%. He could give you a 20% discount on agony cards. And then he can also eat agony cards to make you heal 2, which is really big, and also draw 1. And also, like, a really big part of what he does, he shuffles your deck every turn, which is massive. Like if you're running a lot of search things that put into archive, if your opponent is running the box, that is huge. All of a sudden, the bottom of your deck may as well not be a thing. It's really good. Also, he can't be synthesized by customizations. In all fairness, yeah, that's like mostly Death Coin you'll be worrying about with that, but like Water Hose with anything that reduces his JP, it's also very big. I would say Unscrew, but nobody runs that. Scooper LC, he only has 2 JP, so Scooper LC will never target him. Oh wait, very solid card. The Endo typing really doesn't mean anything. You won't be running the Stitch Ray for an Endo deck. Human typing is nice though. Like, baby search effects can search for him. And because he does little things with spirits, you know, spirits with children, it's nice energy with that. Alright, Exoskeleton, 50% for 1 JP. Activate. To play this card, place a human in your hand or that you control on a stack below it. While this card has a stack, it has plus 1 JP. Once per opponent's turn, this card may block an attack in its path even while it is deactivated by discarding a card from its stack. This effect may still be used while this card is in a stack. Retro, Exoskeleton, Human, and Patronet. Exoskeleton is a cute design. That is just this card though, so it doesn't work with anything in terms of its design. However, being both human and animatronic is very useful. Those are both very nice types. Now, but once per opponent's turn normally, you won't be getting much use out of that. I mean, you can sacrifice it to block something if it's deactivated. By getting rid of the human below it, it'll be at 1 JP, which means it won't survive any fight, realistically. However, using that while it's in a different card stack, like a high JP Eleanor, for example, could be very nice. Because that would be the other card that would be blocking that. Very useful card. Although, you do need to like get rid of a human to do that. Although that's yet more crossover between Agony and Baby stuff. No, Baby's usually mostly doing spirits. You don't normally want to be sacrificing a human on your board because those are often stuff like Night Guards. Really good. We want to keep those around. But aside that, that's still pretty nice. Alright, up next, Askew. 10% for an amount of JP. Agony. This card is largely used with certain effects. To play this card, choose a character card you control without Agony. Then to the salvage and pay 10% for every JP that card had. Play this card where it was with its copied name, JP, card effects, type, and design, but with the keyword Agony added to it. You can also use this effect by selecting a card in a stack you control. You do not need to discard that card when using the effect that way. You humanoid abomination. This is a really good card. This card is better than it has any right to be. Honestly, it's really good. Like, the stackability, you could use this with Stitch Wraith to get out Golden Freddy for like 50%. Because Golden Freddy is a spirit. The other thing, sending a card to salvage and then having a copy of that card on the board is huge for some decks. Like Afton, Puppet, probably Baby too. I'm talking about Baby a lot. It's just a lot of sense to salvage it. Anything like that really likes this ability. Also, like 10% for every JP that card has. That's cheap even for high JP cards. There's 10% base cost plus with JP card. That's really good. Very strong card. Kind of not in an agony deck because you can't use it with agony cards. Maybe LC gets bigger for the child. Yeah. You can't be used with other agony cards, you have to be running non-agony in your agony deck to get used to having an agony deck. Yeah, that's very nice. Alright, Blackbird. 70% for free JP. Agony. Your opponent may deactivate a card they control to prevent this card from blocking on their turn or attacking on your next turn. This card can attack active cards with less JP than it in its path. Start of your turn, discover the top 2 cards of your deck and send this card to salvage. Office, Crow, maybe Misfit. Crow doesn't do anything. I think genuinely nothing cares about Crow. So effectively it's just a Misfit. Terms of the card itself. Free JP in the office that can attack active cards, although only with less JP than it, is very good. That's a very good thing. However, you need to discard, you need to toilet out 2 cards from your deck every turn. Which is, unless you have a lot that sends from salvage, really not good. Yeah. And also, this thing, its whole gimmick is that the cards don't need to be activated for it to attack them. Your opponent could just turn it off. Like, get rid of the blocking, with the free JP office blocking, get rid of the free JP office attacker, by just deactivating any card they control. Doesn't have to be on the map. They could have like an adventure card just chilling. They could deactivate that. It's turned off. No, I haven't. Exactly. Like, it's even like if it's just on map cards. Like, honestly, deactivating like an on map is still worth it. But just stop this thing in its tracks. So what you're left with is a card that mills your own deck and takes up an office space. This speaking of free JP office cards, Felix Shark. 60% for free JP. Activate. Play this card to deactivate a human you control. That card doesn't reactivate on your next turn. This card cannot attack. When this card blocks, both players reveal a card in their hand. Office, Shark animatronic. This is a weird one. Most humans you'll control will be like Night Guards probably. Which is deactivating Night Guards. it not reactivating on your next turn is a big ask. And you could play it with stuff that cards that are not night guards as well. However, you're paying 60% for 3 JP in the office that can't attack, right? You know what? You know what else you can pay for 3 JP in the office that can't attack? You can pay 40% for that. And also, make a lot of cards in your deck be cost minus 20% for deactivating it. Fan Time Freddy is 20% cheaper. The Sun is 10% cheaper and has so much more utility than this. You can even turn it into an attacker. This has a steeper immediate asking cost and forces you to deactivate a human, which is to taser one of your own humans. Exactly, like Toy Freddy. Like, and what it's left with is, when it blocks cards, you and your opponent both reveal a card in your hand, which is useful information, but it's also information your opponent gets. Which, I don't know about that one. Obviously, Shark doesn't interact with anything. Animatronic is nice. But like, it really is. This could be 20% cheaper, and I'd still say it's outclassed in its role. Helix is the best Shark support card. Yeah. Alright, your Lonely Freddy, 30% for 1 JP. Agony, start of your turn, you must discard a human or card with Agony from your hand or that you control. Prevent this card from being salvage. Cards have minus 1 JP when blocking this card. This effect must still be used while this card is in the stack as if a master card had this effect. Left full bear plush animatronic. Now, you could potentially use the start of turn to your advantage. You could, like, use that with stuff that wants humans and agony stuff in salvage. The minus 1 JP when they're blocking it, that applies if it's in a stack still. Which is interesting. That is potentially quite useful. Although 1 JP card, that's already not bad. That's already like, this thing can just like kill 2 JPs. It's like, almost like a Bonnie card, if it just did the minus JP by itself. Although, it's when blocking, notably, so it doesn't work on deactivated cards. Yeah, that is right. I mean, you could put it in like a 2 JP stack, but it's only when they're blocking. So the main thing I would use this for, which is attacking deactivated cards, not really a thing. Also, like, putting that start of turn on a stack is really bad. I don't know. Alright, Tagalog Freddy, 40% for 0 JP. When this card is played, pick a card in play and add a card to this card for every 10% that card costs. Of your turn, remove a card from this card. When this card runs out of counters, add both it and the selected card to the salvage. Left Pool, Bear, Plush, and Animatronic. Interesting card. This is quite an interesting card. Now, you're not going to be using this to get rid of high cost cards. It's simply not going to happen. What you'll be using this for is to get rid of cheap off-map cards. And for that, it's pretty cheap. It's 30%. I've got to ask, I just assume it can't target tokens. That makes most sense, yeah, can't target tokens. So it'll take like 3 turns to kill a set 1 spirit, for example. For 30%, that's decent. Yeah, I imagine this is meant to be used to enable stalling playstyles. To make your opponent's spirits and such worse. Also, even put pressure on your opponents to try and use the scrappability of adventure cards at an inopportune time, because it only takes like 2 turns to kill them. If your opponent is running really cheap blockers, like, what happens if this targets a 0% card? That's what I want to know. I think it can target tokens. Maybe. What happens if it targets a token or a 0% card? Does it just go to salvage immediately? Now, if that's the case, that could be useful. Like, honestly. You could also potentially use this to put pressure on Night Guards. Night Guards are generally quite cheap, like a 40% Night Guard. Or even like a 30% Night Guard like Max Stone. This would be very good against Max Stone. But it takes time. You need to be playing a very stally playstyle to take advantage of this card. But I think in that role is honestly not terrible. Like, it does something that little else does. It's very cheap removal, even if it's slow and only affects against other cheap cards. A friendly face. 50% for 1 JP. Agony. This card is also treated as humanoid while this is in play. End of your turn, you may discard 1 human and 1 card without child, adult, or hero design from your hand. If you do, then 2 cards your opponent controls are deactivated. Don't reactivate on their next turn. Left Tool, Right Office, Cat Animatronic. Weird. The question is, how are those 2 cards decided? Do you choose them? Does your opponent choose them? I assume you choose them. Now this thing having humanoid only while it's in play is interesting. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that could interact with humanoids only while they're in play. But I'm sure there's some useful things you can do with that. Now, as for the end of turn ability, you have to discard a human to do it, which is a human and another card. If I can't have like humanoid, but you can't be using this in humanoid heavy decks. However, the ability itself is very strong. It forces your opponent to be very, because you could use it to like turn a bonk into a company taser. You can force your opponent to be very careful with how they attack their cards, even if you don't have much that can punish them immediately. However, it costs 50%. That's kind of a big ask. For 1 JP as well, I mean, it's taking up a space on your map. There's only 1 JP, but you can use it and immediately get the thing out, and it is animatronic. It's always nice. Media Arena Fright, 20% for 1 JP, Agony, alias Fun Time, and yet Circus Baby doesn't get it. This card may share this, not Circus Baby, the original Circus Baby does get it, but like half the Circus Baby variants don't get it. Also, you're telling me this is Fun Time? You're telling me this is Fun Time, but this is not? You're telling me this is Fun Time, but this isn't? But the Heartsick Baby isn't? Anyway, this card may share the same space as any Fun Time, humanoid type, or a human with no less JP. Red row, human animatronic. It's pretty nice. Very nice for like Ballora. I would say Circus Baby, but only like some of them. But a human with one less JP, that's potentially quite nice. You know, it's only 20% as well. It's a Fun Time, it's a humanoid Fun Time itself. Not a bad card. Birthday Gummy, 60% for 1 JP, Agony. During your turn, when an opponent's card is killed by fighting a card of Agony you control, you may move it to a stack below another card you control by discarding 2 cards from the total deck. Once per turn, when a card is added to a card stack, you deal 2 or gain 30% power. With either choice, deactivate this card. Offers humanoid food. They all are having a fun time. Alright. Sure. Those cards kill a fire code. So, you can get your opponent's card in stacks. However, you need to discard 2 cards from a total deck, which like they need like some salvage stuff to really do that. Now for once per turn is very useful as well. This is interesting. It's got useful abilities, but it's 1 JP in the office that deactivates when it does one of those abilities. Maybe it's a buzz gun, I'm not quite sure what it was. I mean, like, Heartsick Baby, she keeps going on about her ex, and it's just really not fun. It's good. Yeah, this card is good. But for 60%, this is a very vulnerable card, which you have to be mindful of when playing it. Oh, food. This is food. Yeah, right, that's what you meant. Alright, and that is useful. There is stuff you can do with it, therefore. This seems to be just for like acne stool. Having food is nice for everything that cares about that. And you know, humanoid is useful as well. But 60%. For such a vulnerable card that has to deactivate itself through one of its abilities. It's totally not bad. Is it? I don't know, it's so vulnerable, that's my problem. Can't be used for friendly face either. Yeah, it can't be. Alright. Rosy Pork Chop. 90% for 3 JP. I can leave this card counters the attack except by its own effect. You can't use like Vanity to make a swing attack. I think you never want to, it's 90%. Once per turn, discard a child that you control that's currently in play. This card can now attack and your opponent discards a card from their hand. What was Uber? That's what Uber Pig Sprinkle. Pig maybe has some synergy with Melody stuff. So sure, tell Hippo Godkiller about that one. But I don't think Melody wants to run this. So this is part of the child killer's archetype. Thing is, it has to be a child you control that's currently in play. Your opponent discards a card from their hand. So you need to kill children that you have put in play. Make this thing attack with the 3 JP. That's a big ask for 90%. 90% is a lot. 90% is 10% shy of Golden Freddy. Like, when I think 90%, I don't think a card that I then have to do something else to attack with for 3 JP. Sure, your opponent's got a card from their hand, that's really good. And it's got good synergy with stuff that benefits from children dying. But 90%. Regular babies, yeah. Yeah, I guess the idea is you can play it in the office too. At 90%. Healthy Frights. 70% for 4 JP. Agony. This card is also treated as a Bear Misfit. This card can only attack if a customization effect kills an opponent's card this turn. This card can't block unless you're at -4 health or less. Thus, once per turn, flip a coin. If heads, gain 20%. Barreled Human Springlock. So it's child, bear, humans bring luck, misfit. That's a lot of types. As for the actual effect of the card, it's an interesting one. An early attack. You need to kill your opponent's cards with customizations. Because most customizations that do that are either very expensive or require you to be doing specific things. Like, so you could do it with water for cheap. But then you'd be need to running a lot of minus JP to do water phase. And once per turn is interesting. That's a 50% chance of getting 20%. Okay, he can't block unless you're at -4 health. It's another thing, which is another big ask. However, when it does attack, it attacks with 4 JP and it does block with 4 JP. 4 JP is a big number. And just for random power gain is nice. I suppose this would be good. Cheap gold for you have to keep paying for. Yeah. I suppose you're supposed to run this with cheap customizations that kill things, and you have to also run the stuff you need to enable those customizations. The power gain is also nice. You keep this out for a while, you can make it pay for itself, but your opponent could just as easily like death coin this or something before it can do that. Oh no. There's still a lot for 4 JP. It's easy to just pay a lot of power. Hologram Ballora, 30% for 0 JP. Agony, alias Funtime. Once per turn, choose a humanoid with Funtime in its name on your map. Send it for salvage and move this card where it will to deal 1 damage. Uber humanoid animatronic. Interesting. So, most of the time you're using this with mini arenas. I would say Biddy Babs as well, but Biddy Babs don't have Funtime. Let's live in the stack of Stitch Faith. Healthy does. Yeah, Hollow Ballora is pretty cool. You can send your probably mini readers to the salvage. You could deal a bit of burn with that. Getting fun times in salvage is useful. Big top boys are fun time biddy. Oh, okay. Wow. So, the faux Biddy Bads for the novels, they get to have fun time, but the normal ones don't. Oh wait, Hologram Below is pretty cool. I'm shocked that this isn't an illusion. Like, genuinely shocked that this is not an illusion. It's literally a hologram. That's an illusion. But I mean, hey, animatronics usually better than illusion anyway, so you know. Kids at Playtime, 0%, 0 JP, Agony, Uber, Floor Sign Misfit. I mean, it's nice if you just do it Agony for really cheap, I guess, like. I don't know. What do I even say about this? There's so little there. Susie's Chica, 80% for free JP. I get it, you can only play this card if you have a spirit on your map or a card with Susie in its name in play. But per turn, move this card to an open space adjacent to a spirit on your map. If you did, deal 1 damage and then heal 1. Office, Chicken Animatronic. So this... I'll just keep going on about having more kills from there. So I might be good in Staff, but 3-star. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it has potential. I'm not saying it's a bad card, but I don't know what to say about it. You know? It exists for its synergy with other cards. But it exists for the effects of other cards. Anyway, Susie's Chica is, this is a card that exists mostly for synergy with one other card. Spirits on your map is, like, exclusively, like, Golden Freddy and Susie Threats. You're supposed to play this with Susie Threats. Now, if you do have Susie Threats out, I mean, I don't think it's bad. That's good. That is good burn. 1 damage and heal 1 is good burn to get for like moving a card. That is actually good as cheap agony. Yeah, I mean, I'm not refuting that. I don't think Side is a bad card. By any measure, I don't. Like agony for 0% is really big. That's very good. But I don't know, I don't really have that much to say about it. Yeah, Susie's Chica, you can play her if you have Susie. But it's free GP in the office for 80%. That's just not worth it. I mean, I think it's not worth it. Yes. Yeah, when you have like Susie out, you can get like good stuff going, but it needs a specific other card out to reach its true potential. Balsa Puppet. Not this token 0 JP. This card cannot attack on it as a counter on it. Omni and animatronic. I'll talk about it more when I get to the Puppet Carver. We can go off Puppet Carver. 50% for 1 JP. Agony Defender. Once per turn, place a Balsa Puppet token anywhere on your map. 0 JP and more just went over. You may deactivate this card to add a counter on any token in play. That counter can be the same as any other counter already in play, or it may remain blank. Omni Machine Dispenser. Machine Dispenser might as well be nothing. But as for everything else, this is pretty good if you're spamming a lot of tokens. Also, getting to put like whatever kind of color you want on those tokens could be quite good. Candy Cadet Tribal. One second, let me read Candy Cadet again. It's like, they're like 6. Alright, I was... Oh no, he's this way. Okay, further along this way. There you are. Look at that. Oh yeah. Yep. They are in fact both dispensers. I believe the lemonade clowns are also dispensers. Anyway, back to the Puppet Carver. If you get like plus JP counters, that could be pretty nice. Also, it being defender is cool. Having agony is useful. It's just, I don't feel it's like a deck which used this and like a phone guy. So it's really enables what other tokens do. Also, these tokens are endos. Like, that's more synergy there. Spawn Trap. 70% for 1 JP. Agony. When this card kills another card, add the top card of your deck to a pre-existing stack below a card you control, and add a +1 JP card to this card until it deactivates. When this card is played, you must set a human in play for salvage. Left office rabbit abomination. Why is this 70%? What? This is like a 40% card. Why is this? Because Sire wanted no one to play it. Right. I mean, this is certainly a card that no one would want to play. I mean... It's awful. Like, you might as well just not make it in the game. Like, might as well just not put it in the game at that point. Alright, Zandrelix. 80% for 4 JP. Giant, this card has -2 JP while deactivated. Dinosaur Kaiju, Vent and Right Hall. It's an interesting one. You have to play 80% of it, like nothing else, for 4 JP. Which is, as far as 4 JP goes, it's pretty cheap. However, -2 JP while deactivated on a giant card. Or on a giant card. As soon as this guy gets deactivated, he's dead. Right? Like, I mean, up until that point, he's very good, sure, like just 80% just straight up 4 JP. I'm not gonna scoff at that. That's not bad by any measure. Although his, let's say his, its design and type are like genuinely worthless. So there is that. But like, you know, if you like have a lot of power, you just want like a lot of JP out for that, but you don't have quite enough to play like Golden Freddy. And also you have a lot of map space open. That's the thing. Like, you don't need that much power, in all fairness. You could just play it. If you really like get 40% or something. So you don't need that much power. Yeah, it's not that bad. Gabrielle Frights. 10% for 0 JP. And this card is played, draw one card. Omni Child Human. It's just a really cheap child. Good for all the stuff in this a set that loves killing children, I'm sure. Also, he draws one. That's just nice. Very simple card, but effective. Eleanor has token inflict. It's fast token, but it's also a 0 JP blocker and also a child. Yeah, that's very good. Yeah. Eleanor, 60% for 2 JP. Such a beautiful, perfect. I don't know about beautiful, perfect. I mean, no, 30% for 2 JP. Agony. When a card you control of Agony would be sent to the salvage, place it in a stack below this card. While this card has one or more cards in its stack, you may discard a card from the stack to prevent an effect from removing this card from play. When you play a card with Agony, you may deactivate this card to gain 20%. You may reactivate this card by discarding an Agony card from your hand. When this card has 7 or more cards in its stack, you may move it to any open space on your map and or flip it over. Off-map, Q-mode, animatronic. She's not fun time. To be fair, she shouldn't be fun time, despite being ostensibly a baby variant. This one makes sense. But yeah, I mean, as for like all that, you know, she makes sure I can do stuff cheaper while she's out. You know, you can keep her alive if they try to death coin it, so it's not worth it trying to death coin her or anything like that. 7 cards in her stack is a big ask. Like, you need 7 cards before she's able to do her thing. That's a big ask. Like, it's difficult to get Puppet out. And Puppet it's way easier to get music box characters than it is to get Agony and Salvage. Except for this Spore with Bird to be. That was the secret use of the bird. Yeah, no, actually, you're right. There's so much that mills your deck. What am I talking? Yeah, there's so much that mills your deck with Agony. That's what the point of it all was. It was all for Eleanor. Speaking of Eleanor, Eleanor Monstrosity mode. This image is so funny to me. It's like Monstrosity mode, but like she's just got sharp teeth now. It's not a monstrosity. If anything, she looks better with sharp teeth, but that's just me. Anyway, 1 JP, but not really. Agony, this side of the card cannot be played. This card has plus 1 JP for every card below it, max plus 5 JP. When this card deactivates, you may remove 3 cards from its stack to either reactivate it or reset it up to 2 cards with 1 or less JP to the salvage. While this card has 2 or fewer cards in its stack, you may flip it over and move it outside the map. If 0, you must do so. Omni, Human, and Electronic. I mean, this is like a nice beat stick when you get it out, right? She doesn't have the same protection that the original version does, when she's beautiful. She doesn't have the same like pseudo immortality. So you sacrifice that for like just like hitting at your opponent a lot. You know, hitting with like the 7 JP, 6 JP initially, and reactivating her to hit again or to Or to like send their night guards to salvage. It's the Reaper. Is that a like Magic the Gathering card or something? Or Digimon? Ah, I see. Anyway, but she's very good when you get her out. But it's a very long commitment to do that. Like, it does take a long time to do that, however, like, while you're doing that, she does give you power, in all fairness. Get like 3-5 JP. Yeah, that's very good. Like, this is just, when you get Monstrosity Eleanor out, if you don't win after getting Monstrosity Eleanor out, that's, your game's really bad, if that happens. Like, she like kills the night guards to reactivate herself. It has crazy JP. Yeah, good boss. Although, at that point, I like Beautiful Mode, she can just get like Scooper LC or something, but you just have to take that with boss cards. She's basically aggressive, she's much less vulnerable to that than most boss cards. Yeah, no, she's far less vulnerable. Thing is, like, also there's a lot that like draws out Eleanor. I'd say Eleanor is a very good card. It's just that. Alright, Oswald, 20%. Yeah, win the turn she activates. Pretty much, yeah. Up until that point, you did spend 60% for an off-map card, and you can't bring anything in her stack back from your salvage, but that's like negligible. It still does a lot for you up until that point. Oswald, 20% for 0 JP. Glitch does it all the time. Yeah. Yeah, very good card. Also, 20% 0 JP. If you have 5 more cards with salvage or in a stack, this card has +1 JP when attacking or blocking. Start of your turn, if there's a card with 1 more JP in this card's path, this card may move to an adjacent state and you gain 10%. Omni Child Human. He's amazing. This is like one of the best children. He gives you power. He can keep himself alive for when you need to do something with him. He can have +1 JP, potentially. I've never gotten an Oswald +1 JP, but that's like not that difficult to get out. He's good. Oswald's dad, right? Did this guy really not have a name? Like, is he really just Oswald's dad? Huh. 0% for 0 JP. You may place this card from your hand under a card of Agony to play a child, a human, from your hand for -20% of its stuff. Adult human, right office. So this guy exists for the like the meeting point between agony and killing children, because like obviously most of those stories are about children dying. And you know, he's 0% for something that immediately gets into a stack as well. Just like he just immediately gets into a stack. That's very handy. For literally free. It's like comparable to I also like a child who can have fast whips across. That could be very useful. I'd say he's not that bad. He's not a bad card. Not that bad. He's not bad. He's a decent card. Nothing crazy, but he's 0%. You can also just play with a 0 JP office block if really need be. The Sea Bunnies, 20% for 0 JP. Agony. When this card is played, pick a human you control. Start your turn at a blue count. a blue counter to that selected human and take 1 damage. That card which is 3 blue counters. Against the keyword Agony, as you may reset the south core to 0 and then scrap this card. Have a selected card to draw 2 from your deck button. Off map Rabbit Misfit. Blue counter. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a reference to the fact that it tells you to, that these things tell you to kill yourself, right? Like, that was the story, right? Not really? Okay. Well, clearly I misheard about it. Oh, as for like the card itself, I mean, it has to be a human you control, but it makes you scrap an Agony card, which is very nice. The thing is, if a human is staying alive this long, it's probably a night guard. He killed his brother's pet, so they make him slime. Or they like turn him into goo. Huh. Blue goo. Oh, that's why they're blue counters. I see. The boy dies, so of course. Which is 3 blue cards that get cute. I can use it for 0 with script. The directive for your deck build is nice because of how much like sense to archive with this. Also, it's like an Agony to kill Kagako is nice. Resetting health score to 0 is good because you've just been burning yourself out those past 3 turns. But the human needs to stay alive 3 turns. If it doesn't, you've just dealt damage to yourself for no reason. In that case, it's probably a night guard. And again, killing a night guard is a big ask. If you know you can replace the night guard, then it could be good. Maybe I'm overreacting to killing a night guard. It doesn't even have to be a night guard, it could just be another human that you don't mind dying that much. It could be like Oswald. Like, Oswald could stay alive quite well. Pretty nice. But you need to commit a lot to it over time, and it burns you down. Also, if you manage to be ahead in the damage counter while it's doing that, that kind of sucks being set back to 0. Millie Fitzsimmons. 0 JP. Agony. This card is 5 for use for certain effects. While this card is in a stack from MasterCard Games Defender, when this card is removed from a stack, take 2 damage and draw 2 cards. If both the drawn cards of Agony, reveal both cards and gain 20% power or heal 3. Fool's Child Human. So giving like the MasterCard in the stack Defender can be quite nice. Now, The take 2 damage then draw 2 cards thing when she's removed from a stack is interesting. But that could be very useful. Especially if you have lots of agony in your deck. If you get both the agony, that's like you could undo a damage and get more healing, get half that. I've ever had that could be really bad. As well, it's a trade-off. Everything in this deck is a trade-off. You never just get something when it comes to agony. You have to work for everything or give your opponent something. Susie Frights, 10% for 0 JP. Must per turn move this card to an open adjacent space on your map. Omni Child Human Spirit. And she's a 10% on-map child. But the real reason you have her is because she's a spirit. On the map. Which, you know, like, the 10% spirit is useful for a lot of things. It's also useful for Fuzi's Chica. The two cards were made for each other. Right. Stitch Wraith Spirits times. Jake, 40% for 0 JP. You may deactivate this card, remove a card of Agony or Spirit Tapping from a card stack or that you control to the owner's deck bottom to heal 1 and draw 1 card. So if you turn if you control another spirit with a play cost of 40% or more, or the Stitch Wraith and have less than 30%, set your power to 30%. If you have more, you may move this card with the Stitch Wraith in its name you control to any space you wish. Off-map Child Spirit. This is interesting. So you send your Agony card with your Spirit Salvage to your archive. The heal 1 and draw 1. That's not always worth it. But it can be very nice. Like, you know, getting a bit of healing. The drawing card is useful. Sending to archive isn't that bad in Agony, because Agony has so much that, like, Stitch Wraith shuffles, it has so much that pulls from there. And his Style of Turn ability is nice in Spirits if you don't have much that, if you're not able to activate much else's Style of Turns. And it's also good for, like, Stitch Wraith, obviously. I mean, he's meant to be played with a Stitch Wraith. So of course he's good with a Stitch Wraith. Alright, let's get both Andrews open. Let's start with Vengeful Andrew. He's the Crocodile Mask. I think that's, yeah, that's probably supposed to be a Crocodile Mask from F3. 40% for 0 JP. Agony. You play this card, you must have a card of Afton, Trap, or Will under your control. Place that chosen card underneath this one in the stack when it enters play. Once per turn, pick a card, pick a keyword or card type. You may take 1 damage from your top 3 cards of your deck and gain 10% of the cards that contain this keyword or 20% if they all do. You may use this effect for this card in the card stack. If you have -2 health or less, you may put this card over. Off-map Child Alligator Spirit. Now putting Afton's traps or wheels under this guy in a stack is interesting. Because that's kind of the last place they want to be. They want to be on the board so they can do things. Or they want to be in salvage so they can be brought back. That's very counter to what they want to do. However, the once per turn. Well, but also, it's a thing in a stack. A thing in a stack is useful. You can put this in other card stacks. And you can get a pretty big stack that can be nice. You know, for like stuff you do with those. But once per turn, you have to take damage to do it. And reveal the top 3 cards of your deck is useful for knowing what those will be. 10% guarantee, well, not the guarantee. A gamble, you usually get the 10% because most decks run lots of things with a specific keyword or type. So the second one is more of a gamble. It's only 20%, so it's not that much more, but still nice, but you are taking more damage. But it is a once per turn you can use that to stand, which is nice. Alright, let's go to the other side. Dormant Andrew. 40% for 0 JP. To play this card, you must have a card of Agony or with a Stitch Wraith in its name in play. You also may play this card in any stack underneath a card which has one. Interesting, you don't need Agony of a Stitch Wraith to do that one. No wait, no you do need it. Because that's not instead of, that's as well as, yeah. Once per turn, pick a keyword or card type on a card you control. You may add a card from your salvage with that keyword to your hand. You may use this effect while this card is in a stack. Pretty nice. If you have a card of William with Afton, Will, or Trap under your control, you may move that card underneath this from the stack to flip it over off map Child Spirit. Just being able to take things from salvage is like nice. That's not bad. Yeah, just put them straight in your hand. You can even do it while he's in a stack. That's like useful. And you know, he can like you can get the vengeful version out to put the afterworld trap into the stack. That can also be like handy. Speaking of Afton's, Williams, and traps, we got almost all 3 for remains. 40% for -1 JP. Second, and so far one of the only 2, I believe, cards to have -JP. Agony. This card is serious having Afton, William, and sorry, 1 second. Afton, Willem, rather. My mistake. And Trap in its name. Willem. Once per either turn, when this card would be sent to the salvage, you may send a card with Agony you control or under another card to negate it. Start of your turn, if you control another card of Agony or with Trap of their name, you may play one from your hand or salvage for its cost -30%. If you do have one of these cards in play, you may still do so by taking 1 damage. Is that just only 1? I guess. I assume it means 1 or more. You can still use this effect while this card is underneath another card you control. Office Cumulative Abomination. Although, he's difficult to take down when he's on the map. Which is nice, but also like, you don't care that much if you're playing Afton, but you won't be playing this guy in Afton. This gets nothing for Afton. What he does for Agony is he can get them out for cheap if you don't have money. It's another Agony that helps with establishing board presence. Which is good because that's what Agony needs. And also, being an office blocker that can survive after blocking is useful for that as well. you know. Also, he can be used while in the stack, so Vengeful Andrew can gobble him up and he can still do stuff. Right, Dr. Talbot, 40% for 1 JP. Once per turn on Agony is laterally adjacent. I assume Malakar, that means Malakar of Agony. Is laterally adjacent to this card, you may pay 30% to place a -1 JP counter on an opponent's card in either of the card's paths until the end of your opponent's turn. You may switch this card's place with a card of Eleanor in its name you control anytime during the turn. Left hall, right office, adult human. So it's 30% for a -1 JP counter, which is quite steep. Those are useful, and it affects it when it attacks as well, but that's 30% on top of the 40% this guy already costs. You're really taking for switching his place with Eleanor, which could be nice if you want to get beautiful Eleanor out on the board early, if you want to use her for her pseudo-immortality and 2 JP. I'm gonna put up and be right back. Right. Let's be back in a bit. Hey. Hi, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Okay, Dr. Talbot. Let's point over him. I think the wards per turn is 40% for -1 JP is a big ask. But the other ability is like really nice. Phineas Taggart, 20% for 0 JP. Once per turn you may discard a card from the bottom of your deck to add a card with Agony from your salvage to your hand. You may scrap this card to add the keyword Agony to whatever card you control without the keyword. Right hall, left office, adult human. Okay. The once per turn is pretty nice. That's quite good. It's another way that Agony searches for the archive area, the bottom of the deck. That does mean he has a lot of competition. Now, what's interesting is he can give something else Agony that doesn't already have Agony. That has potential. So he is 30% those two things and on the map presence. He's an adult human, a lot of agony stuff likes adult having humans around. So, you know, adult humans is nice. He's pretty good, but I think to make him be worth more than the other archive searches in Agony, you need to get a little bit creative with him. Or just, well, no, not even that. You could just use him on like one of the humans Agony uses, so just put Agony on them and then have him part of Eleanor's stack. You don't have to be creative at all. Renal, possibly. Talbot. 20% for 0 JP. Agony, this card is treated as human. This card is played for every Agony card in your salvage, maximum of 7, reveal the top card of your deck and one card of Eleanor's name among to your hand by the archive. If it was not, you may scrap this card to add one card on move of your choice. When this card is set to the salvage by fighting or customization, you may play a card of Eleanor in its name in your hand for no cost. Left for possibly child animatronic. It's another child human for Agony to kill. That's always nice. A lot of Agony stuff really likes that. Part of that, she is a she's Eleanor support. Interestingly, it is only when by fighting or customization. If she's killed by like Shadow Freddy, it doesn't activate. Water Hose, it does activate as a customization. But if she goes to salvage by being in a stack where Master Card was killed, does that count as her dying by fighting? The Master Card of a stack she was in was killed by fighting? I'm not sure, honestly. The search is interesting. It's potentially a very big search for Eleanor. Yeah, search for Eleanor is nice. Also, if it's not an Eleanor in that search, you can still like scrap her and choose one of his cards. Oh, scrapping card doesn't let you play Eleanor for free. That's why the specification is there. Okay. But this hurts a bit. But I suppose it makes sense. Detective Larson, 30% for 1 JP. When this card is played, add one card with Stitch Wraith in its name to your hand from your deck if you do not control a card of that name already. If you do, gain 30% power, so he's just free if you have Stitch Wraith out. Once per turn, you may move this card to an open adjacent space on your map. If there's a card of Agony on an adjacent space, you may move this card there by moving the Agony card to a stack below another card on your map. Front row adult human. This guy's Stitch Wraith support. If he searches for Stitch Wraith, he's free if you have Stitch Wraith out. And he can move around and feed stuff to probably the Stitch Wraith. I mean, or like something else that wants on the map that wants stuff in its stack. I don't know, maybe if you get an Eleanor, a beautiful Eleanor out, we can have him feed cards to her, you know, out of the map with Dr. Talbot. Maybe. Oh wait. Up next is the Agony Colossus. We put Wincon in your Wincon. 70% for 7 JP. Giant Agony. You must kill a card of Eleanor, a card of and a card of Afton's name to play this card. For each card in the Eleanor card that was used to play this card stack, gain 10% power and then draw 2 cards and discard 1. Rabbit Amalgam front row. Certainly an interesting alternate Wincon. You could just use Shadow Form to play this from another card stack. That's quite nice. If you're playing like Afton stuff alongside Eleanor, this exists as a potentially like faster win con to get out. It's not as powerful as like a fully like ready monstrosity Eleanor, but it's still very strong. I'll say, really like the guard art for this thing. Really good job done here. Yeah. I mean, there's like one Afton card that really... There's two that you can do in Agony stuff, I suppose. No, Fright Spring Trap isn't Afton. Except for as well, if you have that big nail, you get... Yeah, there is a big issue. To be fair, you can get him out with a smaller Eleanor. I think that's the idea, is that you can get him out like earlier than you could Eleanor. The big Eleanor just makes him cheaper and makes you draw and discard. Although if you have two Eleanors, you could kill one to Tom. So yeah, that's potential. You could do that. I think it's more just a kind of weaker early cash out for Eleanor. If you don't have enough time to get all 7 cards in her stack, you have Afton available to kill. Or use it with Shadow Form to get it out early. Very gimmicky card. Probably better to commit more than just Eleanor, but then again, you can do shenanigans. Mike and Chip, 30% for 0 JP. You may deactivate this card and switch its place with another child human on your map. If you did, reactivate that card. The start of your turn, gain 20% power if you control at least 2 other kids with Mike and Chip in their names between them. Front row child humans. I don't know any children named Chip. Emergency Kaiju. Yeah. Pretty much. This is nice for like reactivating children. That's the whole point of it. It reactivates children. At least 2 other cards of Mike and Chip in the names between. Oh yes, no, you could use it with Mr. Chipper and L Chip. Yeah. That's the idea, I suppose. And you could use that with like anything called Mike. So like, you know, security guard Mike, that could be... I don't think Michael Brooks works, because it can't be Michael, it has to be Mike. So Michael Afton can't work. Movie Mike could work and has synergy with child humans. These 2 are pretty nice. Plus Mr. Shipper usually uses like shit. Yeah. If this is like a solid card to put in like a different deck, it's a solid card to put in like playing lots of children. We're just using children to like attack with for whatever reason. Pretty good card, like it a lot. Speaking of cards I like, Hudson Foster, 30% for 0 JP. You can scrap this card to play every illusion from your hand for minus 10% for every point of health below 0 you're currently at. Plus per turn you take 1 damage to place a +1 JP counter on an illusion you control with 1 less JP until after its next attack. Uber Adult Human. This is just very good support for like illusions, in my opinion. if you're behind on health, or you can like purposefully get behind on health, you can scrap this to get a bunch of illusions out for very cheap, or one particular illusion you want to get out for cheap. Like you can use this guy to almost like fulfill Nightmare Threadbare's stronger version by himself. The once per turn, like it can be useful for passing certain thresholds of cards like Nightmare Bonnie and Nightmare Chica. You can use it to make an illusion blocker better. You know? Like something like, I don't know, like Nightmare Puppet. You can use it to make illusions deal damage to the opponent. You can give a fear token 2 JP so it can take out a 2 JP card. You know? You could use it with like a bunch of twisted stuff. He's like very good, but very gimmicky, so he's not like a reliable card. I think very good is an overstatement. I really like him, but very good is an overstatement. For Prankster, this one used to be 50%, didn't it? That was funny. 0 JP, cards with Agony, enter play with a virus counter on them. Once per turn, choose a keyword on a card you control. Add it to another card with a virus counter on it. Misfit, off map. You need to be playing 2 gimmicky decks at once, so you need to stretch yourself thin to use this thing. Whatever it is. Now, you can get a lot of virus counters just for like having Agony, which can be nice for you know, doing like things with that. You could put keywords from one card onto another which has a virus counter on it. You can do shenanigans, but the storyteller card having aggressive is text. Storyteller. One second. I'll just search it. A tree, right. Yeah, I missed whatever, I'll just go to it later. I'll get there when I get there. I need to like... This thing's interesting, but I don't know. It looks like it's difficult to play, but it certainly has potential. It does play. Jeff Frights, 10% for 0 JP. Food cards cost 10% less when playing from other player's hand. Omni Adult Human. I mean, he could be support for Food Chica. You know, it's like make your food cards cheaper, get some out for free, you know, make some like much cheaper. He can enable some, you can get like free chicken chowder. You can enable some stuff with that. But I feel like Food Chica is already a deck that stretches itself thin. A tree, it stacks. Oh yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, if you have like multiple of him out, that's very good. Also, he works with Angel Gummy, doesn't he? Whatever it's called. Gumdrop Angel, that's the one. He works Gumdrop Angel as food, so he works that as well. So, yeah, it can be useful for like food decks. There's really only like one viable food deck in my opinion, it's Food Chica. Alright, Cyber Fright. 20% for 0 JP. When played, if you don't have control a card with Wraith or Jake in its name, add a card with either phrase in its name from your deck to your hand and shuffle your deck. Once per turn, when you add a card with a stack below a card with Stitch Wraith in its name, you may deactivate this card and add a card to it to deal 1 damage. Also, this card has 4 cards of any time kind set for salvage. Off-map Child Plush. You know, I think this is what I was talking about. I keep bringing up that cycled Stitch Wraith for WinCon, which just doesn't compute for me, but I think this is what he was talking about when he did it. This turns Stitch Wraith into very good burn. You could just burn with it very easily when you have this card. And Stitch Wraith is a very difficult to kill card, so yeah. You can also bring Jake into your hand if you want him. And also it shuffles your deck, which is nice. The Stitch Wraith already does that every time, but it's not like that huge. So you'll be playing with Stitch Wraith, but you know, not that bad. It is 20% for something that relies entirely on a pretty expensive card as well. But, you know, useful. The Pit, 30% persistent. You may scrap this card to move all cards in its stack to another card in play stack. And if you return, move 1 agony card from your salvage below this card in the stack and 1 card from your opponent's salvage to their deck bottom. Off-map customization. This is interesting. This is very nice for just putting things in the stacks, obviously. What else am I going to say? Like, it's good against, very good against Afton. And you think that, I think you choose which card from your opponent's salvage. Maybe it doesn't specify whether or not you choose. If you choose, that can be very big. Get something like Afton or like Zor. Unmill. Pretty much, yeah, but unmills your opponent. There's so much that mills cards. This is useful for getting cards in salvage, like into circulation, as it would be in Agony. It's a nice card. The titular Agony. It's not really titular, but it's Agony. 40% for persistent. Place this card in stack below a card you control. That card gains the keyword Agony. The selected card deals 1 damage whenever it attacks without being blocked. This effect transfers to the current master's card of the stack. Off-map customization. 40% for this. It turns a card into Agony, which is nice. And the ability is good because it kills your opponent faster. Pretty good. You know, it's like you can Eleanor that card, you can interact with like Stitch Wraith can eat it, then it turns either of those into like vehicle dodger attacks without being blocked. That includes attacking deactivated cards, I believe, because that's not being blocked. And that also includes being redirected, because that is also not being blocked, it's being redirected. 40% though. 40% isn't cheap. So, like with a lot of agony stuff, you already need something going for this to be useful. The thing with agony, it's good once you get going, but you have to get there first. I feel like that's where agony has trouble. Noise Baker. 30%. Persistent, you can only play this card if you control a human on your map. Place this in an open space on your opponent's front row. They cannot play a new card on that space until this card is removed by moving a card of their choice on their map up to this card's location. Opponent's front row customization. This is a weird one, huh? This is this can be very nice if you know your opponent's like playing a card that needs to be in a specific location. To just stop them from doing that. Like if you see that your opponent really wants to play like some, like, I don't know, Chipper's Revenge, got Chipper on the head. You can put that in like the right hole and it just ruins their day. Makes it way harder for them. But there's not that much that's like a win con. Or like that you know your opponent will be playing based on a specific deck. But can't really play in one space. Although also really good if other spaces are also taken up. Very nice with that. You can mess up your opponent's board so they can't block things as well. They have to make a choice between that or like not just not playing but a card in that space. There's 40% for that, and they could also just kind of not care depending on the circumstances. Like it feels like sometimes your opponent just doesn't care. Jeff's Pizza, 40% persistent. Was per turn, flip a coin 3 times. If you roll any mixed combination, heal 2. If you roll tails 3 times, you rotate 1 damage. If you roll heads 3 times, you take 1 damage and draw 1 card and discard 1. Off-map customization. This is like a gambling card, but it's like the anti-jackpot. Like, getting like 3 heads or 3 tails. I'm not gonna do like the mental maths to get like the exact like calculations. Yeah, it's consistent heal for 30%, pretty much. It will only sometimes backfire. Like those are like very unlikely scenarios when it backfires. Like this is a good card, honestly. This is pretty nice stall. The thing is, it's not better than like food. So food chicken won't take this, but like other stall decks probably perfectly takeable card. Like Cat's Jinx. For 20%, you reactivate a human who's either path of a card with 2 more JP than that human has. Off-up customization. What I'm reading this as is reactivate your Night Guard. The probability of taking damage is 25%. Really? I'm not gonna question that, sure. I would expect it to be lower based on what I do know about statistics, but I don't know, but probably wrong. But I don't know that much about statistics. So basically just reactivate your Night Guard with Black Cat's Jinx. That's pretty much what this is. There are 2 chances. Yeah, it's like 2 chances out of what? Like 2 to the power of 3, right? Or is it 3 to the power of 2? because you're flipping 3 coins, right? Okay. Right, yeah, right. Oh, this thing is very good. Like catch streaks. Oh, it is 20%. It doesn't do anything. Unless like you have, you know, like a deactivated human, but like, you reactivate your night guards for something when you reactivate them, you know? Like that's like a max that you've just brought back, you reactivate her. Even like other humans. Although with like any high JP humans it becomes quite unlikely. Like you're rarely going to get this with Fanny, for example. But this is still like nice to have. Charlie Drut. Oh yeah, Charlie Books. Right? As Charlie Games is obviously a spirit and therefore does not qualify as human, but sure, I don't know much about Charlie Books. Agonizing Decay. 50% augment a card your opponent controls if it defends turn at a -1 JP card to it. If that card has 0 JP, kill it. If successfully killed, add that card to an existing stack in play. Off-map customization. 50% for a very delayed kill that is faster if you're playing like minus JP counters. And you add to like a stack. Like this is probably very nice for Agony for like killing low JP stuff. Like I keep bringing up Night Guards, but this is truly pretty nice against most Night Guards. Like that's like a particularly annoying Fritz Smith or like Cassette Man that you could get rid of after a turn. I guess anything with higher JP, this thing falls off, in my opinion. Wait 1 second. If you use it on a card with 0 JP, you just kill it right away. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's almost like anti-Super LLC. Not really. It's very slow and stuff. It's nothing like Super LLC. Super LLC is so much better than this. Anyway, Circus Baby's Biohazard Boxes. For 40%, you get persistent when a child is killed by one of your effects. You may move it underneath this card to create a stack. Max 3 cards. You may scrap this card to deal 2 damage for each card in the stack. Off-up customization. This thing is absurd. It's so good. Like for 40%, if you're running spirits, you can just do your you can do Happiest Day, and that's 6 damage. Yeah, exactly. You can nuke them with Happiest Day. Playing with babies, with other baby stuff is a bit more awkward. It's like half the baby cards kill from hand. They don't kill at all, really. This thing's really good. Probably the best Agony card, dare I say. It is barely even an Agony card. Endless tokens. 10% pick a card you control of a play cost of 50% or left. For every 10% of that card's play cost, flip a coin. For every heads, draw one card. For every tails, discard one card from your hand. If that card had Oswald in its name, draw one card after may effective rolls. Off that customization. If you're fine with like discarding cards from your hand, they can be good for that, but like it's a gambler card. I don't generally like stuff that is this gambly. I mean, if you're fine with like discarding cards from your hand, you don't mind that, could be good. But usually you really don't want to do that. Dark Candle, 30%. Persistent, reveal the bottom 3 cards of your deck, add a card with L in its name, or with Agony, and the remaining cards at the top of your deck in any order. If you play a card with Agony, add a card to this card, max 3. You may scrap this card to gain 10% for each card on it. Off up customization. Yeah, L chip search. That's so nice. I'm pretty sure both Ella and Eleanor have Agony anyway. I should be able to just remember this. I don't want to go all the way back there. It doesn't matter if I do anyway. Obviously. Obviously this is for L chip. Yeah, you know, play cards like you can refund it, which is nice. You could use other things to put more counters on it to get more power potentially. Like, I don't know, like virus stuff, I guess. It's nice. You know, because it's a good card. I'd say it's one of the better both deck searches. Hurricane Junkyard, 40%. Turn 2 cards from your salvage to your hand. Off up customization. This is really good. It doesn't care what's in the salvage. You just put it back in your hand for whatever it is. Doesn't care at all. It's very good. Don't really have that much else to say. Cry in the cubbyhole. 30% persistent. Once per turn, take 1 damage to add an hour counter to this card. You may scrap this card to deal 1 damage for every hour counter on this card. Off-map customization. A weird one. You like take damage and put it in the cubbyhole to later throw at your opponent. It's for burn decks, obviously. Right? This is a burn deck card. So when you can heal a lot, this is nice. For that. I suppose less burn, it's more like giving burn to a deck that can heal a lot but doesn't have that much burn. The Dogged Dogmatist. 20%. Your opponent picks 2 cards in your hand to discard without looking at them. Declare a keyword and draw 2 cards. If both those cards have that keyword, draw 1 more card. Off-back customization. Really good with Suzy or OG. Yeah. Yeah, like... That's the thing, like, I feel like I'd rather just run like other stuff in like a Chica deck. So as this card goes, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The keyword draw cards. Both of those cards have a keyword draw card. It's a gambling card, obviously, but it's difficult. I guess if you don't like your hand, I don't know. She with a mastermind. 10% reactivate a card of Eleanor of Snow. Off up customization. What can I say? You reactivate an Eleanor. Nice. It's good. I don't really have that much else to say about it. It's like, yeah, you can attack again with monstrous Eleanor without discarding cards, or you can like you can gain more power from an off-map Eleanor, like 10% more. Really. The Fox's Curse, 40%. Upgrade a card with Fox type you control. Add a card of this card for every 10% of its play cost. When an opponent's card kills that fox with an effect or by fighting, kill that card too. At the start of your turn, remove a card from this card when it has no counters anymore. Kill this card. Off-map customization. It's interesting. It's nice for like making a fox. No, it's like insurance on your foxes, really. Very different from what Foxy stuff normally does, but it'd be nice. Is there a Foxy that wants to lose quick? No, it's like its colors on that card. He has like Fox been affected by fire, kill that card too. Last time we remove a card from this card as a yeah. 0 point field, 40% persistent. Choose a card from your deck, send it to your salvage, then shuffle your deck. At the start of each of your turns, flip a coin. If it lands tails, stuff your cabinet. If it lands heads, you may scrap this card to add that card to your hand. Pull this card if a chosen card ever leaves the salvage and take 2 damage. Off-up customization. This is shenanigans. This card is shenanigans. This card can only ever be used for shenanigans. It's just genuinely not worth it if you're not doing shenanigans. This is like for putting a 7 JP cards in the salvage. It'll probably be Great Escape Golden Freddy. It's shenanigans. The Scoop, 40%. Remember when this was 100%? Declare a card name. Your opponent then looks through their deck for the first mention of that card in text or in its name and sends whatever card first appears to the salvage. If done, discard 3 cards from your hand. Your opponent then shuffles their deck. Off-up customization. So you use this if like your opponent is playing a deck and you recognize that that deck almost always uses a specific boss card, right? Like if your opponent's playing like a Golden Freddy deck, well, you know, we use this for that. It's interesting. Makes your opponent shuffle their deck. Definitely an interesting card. still don't know how, if this card is like actually good. Like, it's very matchup dependent. I'll say very matchup dependent. And you gotta have decent game knowledge at least. Heracles and the Hydra. Hey, I like it got his name right. We're not calling it what the Romans called him. We're actually calling him by his actual name. I really appreciate that. 40%. Kill a card with a cost of 80% or less from your hand for no cost. Your opponent may play a card from their hand or Savage for no cost that has the exact same name as a card they control. Sorry, player cards. Sorry, I don't know how I misread that. Like, this is... I think this is a really interesting card. Yeah, pretty much. I kind of want to put this card in the deck. I think it's just really interesting. It is weird that we're just getting Greek mythology in a thing. So is that like supposed to be Heracles over there? Why has he got a halo? Is that supposed to be that's supposed to be like one of those great head wreath things, obviously. That's like, yeah, it's a head wreath thing. Yeah. My Greek mythology is not that great, but I believe Heracles was supposed to dress like a common man because he was homeless. So he dressed like a homeless guy. So a crown is a weird thing on him, but maybe one of the storyboards specified he was wearing a crown. Yeah, because obviously he was homeless because Hera made him kill his family. Anyway, Heracles stuff aside, this is a nice card. Has the exact same name as a card they control. I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a gamble, but this is at its absolute best early on. Yeah, you can get something expensive out for 40%. Otherwise, you have to rely that your opponent isn't able to play something their hand will salvage that they already have in play. That would really hurt. But this also seems like a really fun card to use. You could use it to get like Nightmare for cheap. Absolutely not worth it there. There's way better ways to get him out for cheap. Cursed Freddy Mask. 20% or get a human you control with a per turn effect. You may change that effect to read once per turn, gain 10% power, and becomes treated as having Freddy in its name and additionally having bear design to its own. Off-map customization. Okay, apart from the weird wording, this is interesting. So, you're supposed to use this on like humans who have weak once per turns. Now, it gets a bear overboard, which is called Freddy. So that's nice for like, for anything it relies on the Freddy's once per turns, you know, like gaining power with Freddy spirits like this. Withered Freddy likes this. The thing is, you need a human who this is like, you want this more than what that human already does with their per-turn ability. Or I suppose you use it as an immediate trade-off. It's interesting. Best Friends Forever Pizza. 40%. Find and discard a child human from your deck and shuffle your deck. Then you must deactivate a child human you control. If you did both, deal 2 damage then heal 2. Off map through customization. Interesting. This is a lot of burn for like child human stuff, but it's only child humans. You need to control a child human to use this. I've got to assume that the child is eating the other child. That's what this is. How many kids does Chica Food run? It doesn't really run any human children. That was a fun story. How many Fazbear Fright stories are just cannibalism? Like, there's the gummy one, the Gumdrop Angel. That one's just cannibalism. Like 3. I mean, it's not just cannibalism. I'm sure there's more to it, but like 3-ish. What do you mean 3-ish? What does that mean? Hudson was cooked in an oven. That's cannibalism adjacent, though. Not really at all. Not really at all. No. That's just because he was a little pyromaniac. No, that's just that. Yeah, that's not cannibalism like at all. It's just him dying. Save a friend. For 0%, send a spirit in with a play cost of 40% or less that you control or that's in the stack you control to the salvage. For every 20% of that card's play cost, add a permanent -1 JP card to a card in play. Off that customization. Interesting. Permanent -JP card is interesting. What does it mean by permanent? Like, if they have something that can remove counters, can they just not remove those counters? A body card. This... Yeah, I think this, like, helps with Bonnie stuff. They can, alright. So permanent just means it doesn't go away naturally. Like, specifying permanent is, interesting. Just means it, yeah. But still, that's like nice if you have like a 40% spirit. Body doesn't really run 40% spirits. That's the thing, if you do this in Body, that's Jeremy you're going to be sending to Savage, and I don't remember what Jeremy does. 1 second. Jeremy draws cards for you. And that's like 1 -JP card Eric's has. Although, this is really nice with 40% spirits. 40% spirits is where this really shines. Also not really a funny card. It's still very nice. Say no. 20%. You can only play this card if you control a card with Stitch Ray in its name. So the human in play to the salvage. If that card was deactivated, draw 1. Off up customization. Interesting. Human in play to the salvage. If that card was deactivated, draw 1. Interesting. So it just like kills, but mainly humans on your opponent's side, really. Maybe there's humans you want to kill. You need a Stitch Riff out to do this. So this is obviously Stitch Ray support. I mean, it's nice. that's a handy thing to do. I mean, there's a human of any price, so like if you're running expensive humans, it can be really good. Charlie draw. Yeah. Hands of red glow. You can only play this card if you draw a card with Wraith in its name. Play a human from your salvage for no cost. If you did, you may add a card from your hand to this deck below a card you control. Off up customization. A human from your salvage for no cost. Add a card from your hand to this deck below a card. This is pretty nice. Academe runs a lot of humans anyway, and it kills a lot of humans. A card with Wraith. Card with Stitch Wraith. Why? I suppose it doesn't mean anything. Revive the detective. Yeah, bring the detective back. Maybe the detective and put more things in stacks. I mean... It's a 30% human revive. It's... Old Mask, 20%. Take 1 damage to play a card with puppet in its name from your deck before its cost of a music box counter on it. Enter for your deck. Off up customization. It's like, seems pretty nice. Hey, it's, well, 1 second. 1 second. Not puppet full stop. Finally, there are the agony stuff. Not full stop. So you can use this with Puppet Foxy or something. I don't know. I mean, it's probably nice. I was zooming on that. I mean, you gotta. Because it's fucking stupid. And it's not just the puppet, it's puppet full stop. Why is it the puppet? Why are we relying on punctuation for this with nothing else? Okay. Wailing Scream, 40%. Choose a puppet with a music voice counter on it you control. Kill a card for JP score equal to or lower than the number of music voice counters on that card. Any when killed effects can't respond to this effect. If you kill a card of equal to or more JP than any kind you control, deal 2 damage as well. If you had more than any kind in your map, deal only 1 damage as well. They do only 1 damage. Off-map customization. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so Puppet just gets this, I guess. It's just... Sure, why not? Like, I've heard Waterfall was like arguing if this isn't amazing because you need lots of music box cards. You can use this to kill a low JP card, and it's still really good. There's low JP cards that you want to kill. Like you could kill Fritz Smith with this thing. You could kill Cassette Value. Any really valuable night guard like that. You deal 2 damage as well. You could kill a 2 JP card with this. Oftentimes 2 JP cards are really valuable. Any weight killed effects don't respond to this effect. That's so good. that just like invalidates a lot of stuff. Yeah. It just like, this is for real saying no, honestly. It says no to whatever it is your opponent is doing. And also does burn. This is also it's 40%. 40% for a side grade to Death Quick that's offered an upgrade. Eleanor's Pendant, 20%. If you control a card of Eleanor's name, you may discard a card from your hand after using this card to return this card back to your hand. Okay. You may play a human card from your savage for its cost minus 20% or change another card you control's type to human by paying 10% more until it leaves play. Off-top customization. After using this card to return this card. Yeah, that makes perfect sense as wording. There's nothing wrong with that wording. I mean, you could turn your other cards into human, that could be nice shenanigans, it's recursion. Yeah, it's recursion. It's recursion for your humans. It can recur itself. I mean, it's not a bad card. Good card. I mean, for like human stuff, I guess. I know. It was not great. Yeah, a lot of good agony humans. Final Stinger. Return all humans. Sorry, 50%. Return all humans and all child spirits in both salvages. And draw from under any stacks in play to their players' bottom decks. Both players draw one card for each card returned to their decks. Off-map customization. I don't know when you would want to play this. I mean, it's for like killing child humans. You like, I get the idea. You kill a bunch of humans and child spirits, put them in your stacks. So then you use this to bring them back into your decks, to draw a bunch of cards, and then you use other agony stuff to fish them back out. That's the idea. It's like pseudo recursion. But like 50% for something that can help your opponent too. And that also like slows down your game plan, because removing things from stacks is often, you often don't want to do that. I don't know if 50% is like worth it. It makes the game drag on longer, sure, but Agony isn't especially good at stalling. In fact, Agony's main problem is its sustainability. Agony often just can't last long enough to do the stuff it wants to do. It's for a rainbow combo, trust. Right, yeah. No, now that we're out of frights, which is like half the fucking set was this stuff. There's really a lot of Agony stuff. There really is. I guess I should talk about Agony as an archetype. Finally, right? I don't know what to say. It's like, but I haven't already said about Agony. It's difficult to get going. It really is. It's Digimon. I'll trust you on that one. It feels ill-suited to a game where it's often so easy to do aggro, because Agony really struggles against aggro. If you just like break Agony's toys or just punch Agony in its face, until it can like get its response from you, there's not much it can do. You could just, for what it is, Agony can't deal with being bullied very well. Agony's ideal matchup is like a stall deck that doesn't have too much removal. Although Agony is resistant to removal, actually. Agony is very resistant to removal. Yeah. I think that's Agony's flaw, is it just doesn't handle well against aggressive play. It really doesn't. And that's most decks. Anyway, on to the movie cards, which I know, honestly, very little about how this deck actually plays. Ready movie, 70% for 2 JP. This card costs 10% less to play if you use the effects of a child this turn. Once per turn, when you deactivate a spirit or when you use the effect of another card with movie in its name, you may pay 20% power to give this card +1 JP until the end of your opponent's turn. Vet Bear Animatronic. They play poorly. So, this guy's expensive. 70% for 2 JP that can only appear in one space is a lot to ask for. Down to 60% is more reasonable. And then his effect costs more money. And you need more cards to get this thing going. Just haven't had much luck. Alright. Yeah, I mean, there's a thing with movie cards is that we're establishing right away with this card that this is a deck that needs other things to get going. So, okay, he doesn't have a unibrow. It kind of looks like he has a unibrow from a distance, right? Like from over here, you can't really tell very well that he doesn't have a unibrow. I don't know. Okay, came up to 3 JP, nice, but it's like 80 to 90% total for 3 JP. I don't think he's amazing. A little bit more rocky start, maybe if we see how other stuff interacts with him. This is clearly a card that you combo with other cards. Alright, body movies. 50% for 2 JP. This card costs 10% less to play if you use the effect of a child this turn. Once per turn, you may add a minus from JP card to a card in front of another card with a movie in its name you control until the end of the turn. Left Hall Rabbit Animatronic. This is actually a pretty good body. Like 40% if you use the effect of a child is like pretty nice. Just getting the JP card or a card, it's in front of a movie, but you'll be playing this careful with moving cards. It can't be him. Notably, he can't put the JP counters in front of himself, which is a very big weakness. That is a very big weakness. The floor average, sorry. But he's clearly a support card for other cards, other than doing much himself. Perfect movie. 1 JP. Token 1 JP is currently played on the same space as a card with movie its name. Front row cupcake food. Chica movie. Food is interesting. 60%. Why does this thing have food? It's not food. It should be cupcake animatronic if anything, because it clearly has animatronic parts. Whatever, I mean, food is a good thing to have for Chica. 60% for 2 JP, cost 10% less usually for child's turn. Once per turn, play a cupcake movie token. On any open front row space you control or that has a movie installed on the map, you only control one cupcake movie token at a time. Mad entertainment. Yeah. The cupcake movie is an interesting one. That's Chica movie. You're using it to get more movie stuff on the map. And also to get more JP contents into one area. You can use it to protect a deactivated card. Honestly, this is pretty good. I think this is a pretty good token generator. The 60 or 50% for her is it's not cheap, but it's not bad. Although, obviously she only works with other movie cards, so like any other movie cards, her power is dependent on the power of the other movie cards. That is a potential issue. Foxy Movie, 60% for 0 JP. This card costs 10% less to play if you use the effect for Chao's turn. Once per turn, you may add a +1 JP card to this card until the end of your turn for each card with a movie instead in your front row. Left Office Fox animatronic. I think the cupcake cats is playing the food. Yeah. That's pretty nice. Anyway, this is interesting. So, he's a Foxy in the office who snowballs if you have a lot of movie stuff in the front row, obviously. Yeah, he's a boss of the movies. You could get him up to like 4, or maybe even like 5 JP, I believe, because there's another movie thing where you put him in space for another card. And in the office, that's very nice. However, it does only last until the end of your turn. So this is a card that you cannot use defensively. This is a Foxy that can't be defensive. This is an office space that cannot be used defensively. Pretty much. Oh hey, speaking of not Freddy. Not Freddy, 100% for the 3 JP. Aliases, Fredbear Movie, Golden Freddy. This card can only be played if you control 5 unique cards with movie in play. Once per turn, deactivate a child spirit you control to refresh the per turn ability of a card whose name, even partially, is mentioned in the spirit's text. Uber Bear Spirit. Why isn't he Springlock? Yeah, most Foxies can defend a little bit. Like OG Foxy can be used for defensive. It's just pointing it out. He's not real in the movie. Alright, that's fair. Okay. Fair enough. But how can we know for sure that Golden Freddy is real? Right? Like, Golden Freddy is this apparition that just shows up in your office and then disappears. And when even if he kills you, he doesn't like physically move. How can we be sure that he's real? That he's not just a ghost? Well, whatever. This is interesting. Shut up. Shut up. Anyway, for this is like a support card. You need 5 unique cards with movement in play, so you need spirits. so for once per turn, deactivating a child spirit with refresh determines because they've actually part of its spirit's text. I think the most obvious use case for this is Foxy Movie. That is the most obvious use case here. The dream for the movie deck, it would seem, is to get Not Freddy out and then keep this 100% free JP card alive. So you can get Foxy Movie to get like 8 JP or something like that, and then just wreck your opponent's stuff with that. That's a dream. Oh, he's like really expensive though. 100%, and you already need a lot of stuff on your board. And he can't be playing with Vent for some reason. It's Skull and Freddy, I thought they were all Omni. Apart from like space. Oh well, I mean, more stuff with Uber is nice I suppose. It's like fairly unique placement, it makes the event more special as a location. You can't use that child spirit's ability. I mean, it's like other than like what else is he useful for? Like you'll be playing with movie stuff. It's not really. I mean, you get more minus JP with Bonnie Movie. A Freddy movie. Yeah, you can refresh that and that'll activate it. You can get him to 4 JP until the end of your opponent's turn. But that's 40%. You're paying a lot. Chica Movie can't even do it. Guess we'll have to look at other movie cards to see what else is going to be useful. Speaking of other movie cards, the Yellow Rabbit. 70% for free JP, aliases William Afton, Movie, and Trap. I mean, those are good aliases. He gets like all the Afton aliases. Start of your turn. If you want to reactivate this card, you must discard a child from your hand or from play. If done from your hand, you may draw 1 card and discard 1 card from your hand. If from play, gain 20% power. Front row rabbit human Springer. Why does he get to be dual type but not? Doesn't matter. The typing doesn't matter that much. Anyway, I mean, it's free. He's a free JP thing that like has some pretty nice effects. You know, drawing 1 and discarding 1, getting 20%, but yeah, those children are going away. Ironically, he's like for CC can be a spirit. Yeah. Like the inconsistency of dual typing is probably my biggest nitpick with this game. It's one of those things that really doesn't matter as much as the headspace it fills up for me. I'd say a lot of it is balancing stuff. But like, why isn't Mangle just an animatronic amalgam? Why does it count as an amalgam? Why are only like 2 circus babies actually fun time? Why is not Freddy not a spring lock or at least an animatronic? Anyway, back for Yellow Rabbit. I mean, he can like give you power, but he can do stuff for killing children. That's the archetype he's really for. More so than movie, I would say. Is like the baby kind of archetype, or like some agony stuff where you're killing children. He's also for like after the spirit over that thing. If you're doing after the spirit, this guy's useful for that. After stuff can decrease his cost a lot. Like that. But he's like alright. Cheetah v Endo, 5% for 0JP, Alias Movie. This card costs 10% less if you play another card with movie in its name this turn. When a card is in an adjacent space with movie in its name or Endo type uses a per turn effect, deactivate this card to gain 10% power. In a Omni Endo animatronic. So, I mean, it gives you power, becomes incredibly vulnerable when it does so. To make this thing worth it, you have to have enough per turn so that it makes up back its power. Obviously, in an Endo's deck, Tina is usually outclassed, right? If you want to get power, there's like around the same cost ways of doing that gives so much more power. In a movies deck, a power game for movies, is I don't know how much power game movies get. I haven't read other things. Seems okay. You need to have her out for a long time, but she's very vulnerable. So like, I don't know. I don't get why she's 30%. Sparky, 0% for 0JP, Alias Movie. Twice per turn when you play a card with in its name or design or type. Deal 1, Office and Rental Dog Misfit. This is really interesting. It could be one question mark. So all of a sudden, and you think it's like something question mark? It's in its name as well. And you think that's like question mark in its name, question mark in its design, question mark in its type. This interacts with. But you can't build a deck around these things. So it's mostly Misfit support. Except Misfits isn't a real archetype. No, it could be useful for that. But, yeah, they put some sustainability in Misfits, but... yeah, it seems good for that. It's quite good for that. Balloon Boy figurine. 30% for 0JP, Alias Movie. This card cannot gain JP or attack. Once per turn, question your life decisions, mandatory. Then draw one card and discard one card. Or if you dealt damage with a movie card this turn, you may draw 5 cards and discard 4 cards from your hand. Omni Child Misfit. This is such a stupid card. Draw 5 and discard 4. It's so stupid. Anyway, this thing's pretty cool. It's very nice drawing for movie. Like, very nice. It's just good drawing. It's 40% for 0JP. It's, you know, obviously like you're putting 0JP on your map that doesn't like do any night guards or anything, but still nice. Mike Schmidt movie. Oh hey, this guy's support card for Mike and Chip. 40% to 0 JP. When a child human you control would be attacked, you may deactivate this card to redirect the attack to this card and pay 10% power. Once per iron turn, you may deactivate another human or spirit you control to prevent this card from being sent to the salvage office adult human. Pictured here having left the office. So he's the night guard of he's like the main night guard of movies. But he's not like a real night guard. He exists to like defend child humans and has like nice sustainability for that. You have to pay power to redirect the attack to him. It already costs 40% and he kind of only does that and have a very good sustainability from that as well. I know, he feels just a little overcosted to me. Maybe, I mean, he keeps your child humans alive. And it's difficult to take down himself. Oh, that's good for stuff. Abby Schmidt movie. 20%. 0 JP. Once per turn, reveal the top card of your deck. If it was a child whose name isn't already in play or a card from a movie in its name, get 10% and add that card to your hand. If not, send the revealed card to the salvage. Omni child human. Oh, she just like kills them, huh? Anyway, very good drawing for movies, like really good drawing. It gives you power as well. I also like the miscellaneous children. Both the movie Schmidts are very nice for children. What is that placement? Just noticed that's like agony placement. Yeah. Vanessa Shelley. 20% of 1 JP. Aliases after the movie. When this card is played, reveal the top 3 cards of your deck. Add 1 card with movie or animatronic to your hand with archive. You may discard that card to give this card plus 1 JP until after its next attack. Hall's right office. Are we sure we've left agony? Adult human. So it's a search. Choose a search card for movies. And you can also discard the card you drew from her to give her like 2 JP. Which is that's probably good for something or other. And I just putting 2 JP on her can be nice. If you want like cheap 2 JP, she can be that. Another discard of a card, depending on the card, it could be something you can get back from the salvage for. It's not that much, but moves you can get back from the salvage really. Also, she's Afton. You can do Afton things. Steve Raglan. 20% for 1 JP, alias William Afton movie. When played, reveal the top 4 cards of your deck. Add 1 child or adult among them to your hand, then archive. Fools, left office, adult human. A really basic search card. It's part of the Afton archive of the movie archetype. He searches for children and adults. Yeah, but that's there's not really much that searches for adults. It's interesting. But that could be useful. He can have recursion as part of the Afton archetype. And he's a movie, so you know he does movie things. I don't think he's quite stand out for either archetype. Jeff movie. 30% for 1 JP. This card is aggressive. Rules adult human. I mean, this guy's really simple. With very simple cards. You put him in, he attacks. He's a movie, attacks, trilogy movie things. He's an adult human. He's really cheap. It's like if Happy Frog was an adult human and was a movie card. Really similar to Happy Frog. So because of that, this guy kind of sucks because Happy Frog is decent because she's part of like the massive like synergy. Yeah, Happy attacks 3 times. Sorry, he's worse Happy Frog. Happy is decent because she's part of like the huge synergy that is like mediocre melodies. You know? That's her main goal. And she's also just like chip damage that you can get in every now and then with them. This guy, he doesn't do as much for his deck as for his archetype as Happy does for hers. Well, to be fair, Happy for mediocre ability is probably better off without having to draw, but whatever. Max movie, 10% 0 JP. When this card is played, gain 10% if there is a child on the map in an adjacent space or in play. If that card mentions Freddy in its card, or in play if that card mentions Freddy in its card. When killed, gain 10%. Uber, adult human. If she gives you power, you do the movie thing. You can get a total of 10% from her. I mean, she's nice for like power choking, I guess. Now these random movie mooks are like they don't have much. Carl movie. 10% for 1 JP. If they send this card for Savage to give a card of Cupcake type in play plus 1 JP for turn, you may pay 10% and scrap this card to give all Cupcake cards you control plus 1 JP for turn. Left Tool, adult human. I don't know what to say, he's a gimmick. Or you can have like 2 cupcakes focus on the map. JP. This guy's just he's a 10% gimmick card. Speaking of 10% gimmick cards, Hank movie 10% 0 JP. This card can share a space with a card with Bonnie its name. Left tool adult human. This guy exists so Bonnie can do something, he could like do his thing with a card in his own space. That's the sole reason this guy exists. Alarm Cupcake buff, I mean, yeah, there's Alarm Cupcake as well. Now onto the hero of the movie deck. Up until now, we've just been building up to this guy. I would more movie in front for folks. Yeah, that too. But anyway, we're doing the hero of a movie deck. Doug movie. 40% 3 JP. Not 0 JP. Once per turn, choose 1 card on your opponent's map. That card cannot use any per turn effects or deactivate for effects until the end of their turn. Your opponent then draws 1 card. Left tool office. Adult human. Beautiful. This is not just a card, this is a work of art. Okay, but like for real, this guy's really good. He makes an archetype. That's how good he is at what he does. He does what literally nobody else does. what Doug is capable of, no card can do. He just Night Guards. What's that? He just turns them off. Like, you got per turns that like they give you power you deactivate to do things. No, you don't. You chump. Oh yeah, also you draw a card. And this is Doug's great. He's the best thing to come out of the FNAF movie. Not just the archetype, the film, but the whole movie. Doug was the best thing to come out of it. I don't even care if he's originally from the books or whatever. Is he? I don't know. I don't care. Alright. Back to gimmicks. The leader, 40% for 1 JP alias movie. When played, you may play any and all spirits whose names aren't already in play with play costs of 30% or less for their cost from your hand. Once per turn, when you play a child spirit whose name isn't already in play, you may deactivate this card to get 10%. Off-map child spirit. It's shenanigans. This is shenanigans. It makes his child spirits a bit cheaper, and also you can play a bunch at once to delay him during your opponent's turn. I don't know how good that when played effect is. Why is this 40%? Is this really worth 40%? Like, the when played effect doesn't seem that good. You're giving your opponent a bunch of power. You'd rather use your spirit's low cost to power check your opponent, honestly. The rabbit ears, 30%. Its spirits don't even do anything during your opponent's turn. Rabbit ears, 30% 0 JP. Alias movie. Once per turn, when you activate a card with Bonnie in its name, per turn effect, you may add a -1 JP card to a card in its path half for your turn by deactivating this card. Off-map child spirit. I mean, that's nice. You get another JP card out. No secondary ability, but only like one of the movie spirits gets for one of those. I don't know much about Bolly, so I can't comment on the intricacies of it. One of the makeshift 5% of 0 JP alias movie. Once per turn, when you activate card with Chiku, it saves per turn effect. You may deactivate this card to heal 2 off-map child spirit. I think honestly, Uzi's deactivate effect is nice, is better. I think dealing 1 damage is better than healing 2. And it also doesn't give you like power. In my opinion, we should all be like 20%. Oh, so far anyway. A prop hook, 5% for 0 JP, alias movie. When you activate a card with Foxy in its name for per turn effect, you may deactivate this card at +1 JP to that card for your turn. Not a counter, just +1 JP. Off-map child spirit. That's nice. That's a pretty good ability. He looks so goofy. It looks like he's like smiling. It's a child actor, so of course. Like, he looks more happy than angry, he really does. He's just happy to be there. Oh yeah, what's one JP that? I mean, it's nice. That's just like a very good once per turn, like folk stuff. That's really nice. You could use it on like the Retrograph Funtime or something. Or like Funtime Mango. That's pretty good. With a white top hat, a 5/0 JP, a smoothie, both Paternity activate Carl the phrase says Paternal effect you may decorate with category kicks. Oh, off up child spirit. The thing with all of these is they're all less versatile than their counterparts, which are like the game spirits. That's who they compete with. They're all less versatile for those, and they have less effects as well. They don't give you free power like those do. Now these two are in exchange for stronger effects to having Alias movie. I get that. Like, I feel like it's not worth it. Like, I think these could all go down to 20% and they wouldn't be too good. They would be like... they do have an Alias movie. It does make playing movie animatronics cheaper rather. Like, yeah, but you have other stuff with Alias movie in your movie. Like I don't know. Especially like these two feel like quite. I mean, I'll talk about it. This one feels quite underpowered. I feel. It's just. I don't know. I don't play movies. I don't know how, because obviously they're supposed to be playing a movies deck. Outside of movies, they're all overcosted. Except maybe for prop hook, but even though you could just use customizations. Yeah. Alright, Shreddy Faz Chair. 20% of the end of your opponent's turn for an animatronic you control or a kind of movie that says your opponent's humans for salvage, deal 1 damage. Off map, bear customization. It's a bear. Ah, that's like Vivid Freddy cares. Outside of that, I mean, pretty good if you're sure you're gonna kill your opponent's humans. It's 1 damage, 20% of 1 damage on the conditional basis. If I Plague Burn, yeah, prop hook can be used for mangle stuff. That's the main use case I see for it. Weirdly, not as part of the movie deck. I feel like as part of the movie deck, in a movie deck, they all have like a card that they affect, you know? But I'm arguing their usage in a movie deck. The usage in a movie deck isn't even that good. Top Hat is good at bear. In my opinion, Top Hat is outcompeted in bears. Yeah, Godfrey probably likes them very much. Yeah, I don't play Godfrey or first. I just feel like bears has better ways of gaining power, and you'd rather the extra versatility of other stuff. Like, I feel like I'd rather have Gabriel. Because Gabriel sets me at 30% and also gives me power when I do things. Instead of just giving me power when I do things. I don't know. I played Golden Freddy. I have not played Golden Freddy. Very possible that Golden Freddy would like him. Freddy Mask. You can't do Freddy Mask to get his thing going, yeah. It's always a 10%. Sleeping pills. 10%. Deactivate a human you control does not reactivate at the start of your turn. If it did, add up to 3 child, human, or spirit cards from your side to your hand. Off-map through customization. This is really good. This is a very strong card for anything that likes killing children, killing spirits, or even killing humans. the thing is, you do have to taser one of your own humans, which carries nothing difficult to ask for. But if you don't have that many other ways of putting these things back from your salvage, this is nice. Oh, the secret site complete 20%. Previous clicking off that. Yeah. But like any off-map off-map humans like Snod or I don't remember what the other's called. Dr. Talbot if he switches places with Eleanor. Let me go first. Please keep 5% refill your hand. If you don't have a spirit in your hand or in play a spirit from your deck provides 5% cost and shuffle it. You may pay 20% more power if you do have a spirit, but add a spirit from your deck who has a different name to your hand. Off-map customization. Oh yeah, Tape Girl too. There's also like the books one. I don't remember what he's called. This is interesting because doing spirits. Oh, that's been 10 obviously. Really, that's like 10% off rather than 30% off because it kind of stuff costs 20%. Then you reveal your hand, which does hurt. But it is nice if you're playing a spirits deck and you can't get any spirit card. But then you just like do use other such things like Teleport 20%. Deactivate a card with a powerful human you control. It can attack that human the next turn. Off-map customization. This is an empty hand. Right? Yeah, you could do it with an empty hand. Like, as for Teleport, it's pretty nice if you play lots of humans. You could use it to like protect a deactivated night guard very well, something like that. It's pretty nice. Just watch for monitors. 10% for every card on your opponent's map. Reveal a card in their hand of their choice. Off-map customization. Notice how it doesn't specify its target. What doesn't specify its targets? Take a card with half of human control. You can't attack that human for the next turn. On the very next turn. Actually, that means your opponent's next turn. Fraud. I feel like it does specify targets. Like, the card you deactivated can't attack the human that you chose to use the path of on your opponent's next turn. I think that does specify. It doesn't matter what the opponent is playing. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's really good. God. I almost forgot for a bit there. But yeah, it's not terrible. That's lovely. It's not terrible that you... It's not terrible. It's not worthless against some decks like Phaser Blaster or Mobile Shock Deluxe. That's really nice. I just watched more to 10% for every code post for every code. I mean, I'm sure this is useful. This is only 10%. So, yeah, that's not bad. Vanessa's gun. 60% this card can only be played if you control a human from the map. Choose this card, in fact, human's path. Your opponent must either discover a top card of their deck for every point of JP that card has, or send it to salvage. If your human has Vanessa in its state, then it counts for every 10% of its play cost instead. I'll follow customization. Let's go a top 4 though. So this is 10% cheaper than the Defcon, right? That's what I'm going to be comparing it to. So it's really nice with like Vanessa, right? Because really like cause your opponent to deck out horribly. And unless you're using it with Vanessa, it's really not good. Because if your opponent has a card like you really want dead, they could just choose to lose those cards. But that's fine, you're spending 60%, which is a big commitment. This actually matters, like it's like if you have a Vanessa. If you don't, this is... I don't see any reason to use this. Brumo, yeah. I want to remind them. Yeah, I guess it is Vanessa's gun, she knows how to use it best. %, you can only play this card if you control a card with Abby in its name. Choose a card with movie in its name to attack a card on your opponent's map. Add +4 JP to your card for each card with movie in its name on your map until the end of the fight. Card movie, so you can like absolutely wreck. You can absolutely wreck a high JP card with this. Is the idea. You've got a full board of movies, you take out a big high JP that your opponent has. Yeah. And it is 30%, not 5%, it is 20% cheaper with a Defcoin, but yeah, you need to be swarming. You have like a lot of spirits out of the sort of swarm of cards on your map out. A Defcoin is only 20% more. And you don't need to mess around with any of that. Training tape 50%. You may only play this card if you have an adult human in play. Add a game child, a customization without food, and an animatronic type from your deck to your hand. This is really good for like specific decks. The noob trap, huh? Yeah, why am I saying it's really good for specific decks? This is 50%. This is only good in specific decks. Okay, you're being mean. I should let other people influence my opinion so much. I should like whatever. Yeah, I need to be awkward. This is So this is for when you're looking. This is like, yeah, it's only 50. 50 still isn't cheap, but if this is for Vengeful Spirit, that's what I mean by specific decks. This is used Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit uses this. That's the only time I've played against this is Vengeful Spirit. It is nice if you really want specific cards from your deck in your hand, I don't know why it can't bring food. Yeah. From my understanding, it's like you want like one specific card and everything else is a bonus. But 50 is asking a lot. I also, why can't I do food? I don't understand that. Anyway, we're out of movie land, so I'll go talk about the archetype as a whole. I don't think it's very good. I think it's an incomplete archetype as it stands, personally. Yeah. Maybe. That's the thing, movies, it only has like 5 animatronics. The movie deck while you're going, nice. It only has like, so excited for second. Yeah, second movie, we're gonna get cheap cards in the movie deck. We're gonna get, well, not cheap cards. Cheap cards that are good in the movie deck. We're gonna get cheap animatronics. It's gonna be so good. Yeah, it's a deck that's going to become better. The archetype is going to become better over time. For sure. Yeah, that's gonna be more Mangle stuff. Because you know, like Mangle needs a buff. Yeah, Mangle, it just needs a buff, you know. And there'll be a new puppet. Hey, you know what else there'll be a new one? There'll be a new Springtrap. We're gonna have a Springtrap movie. We're also very likely to get Jeremy Fitzgerald's movie. Yeah. What's the worst that guy? Yeah, I didn't... Hey, maybe he'll be decent. I guarantee what he's going to be. He's going to be a spirit gimmick. I guarantee in the film, he's going to be in the hospital after having gotten bitten. And he's going to be like... He's going to be like... tapped in with the spirits somehow. You know, new movie will be good. Will be probably good for spirits, because new movie means another thing that focuses on spirits, and God knows we're not going to get anything from the games along those lines. I hate spirits. Yeah. We're also probably going to get a new... There's not even agony anymore. I'm going to be honest. There's not any agony anymore. I wish there was more agony because I want the agony deck to be better. Agony archetype. I don't even know what it's missing, honestly. That's the difficult part. Because its weaknesses are inherent to what it does. And that's very difficult to balance. It has bad board control because you're putting things in stack and you're giving yourself and you're using double-edged swords. That's what agony is. Agony is putting things in stacks and using double-edged swords. I don't know 1,000 illusions. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'm just not creative enough. Also, like, spirits, that was the case as well. Everyone thought spirits sucked until I made that deck. I think you know what I'm talking about. Until I figured out that you could use babies' biohazard boxes with spirits. And all of a sudden, anonymous user was telling Sasquatch to cool it with a spirit buffed little. Yeah, I think honestly that card should be reworked. I think that card doesn't put spirits in a healthy spot balance-wise. Because you can't balance spirits around a card like that, that's ridiculous. I think it should be cheaper. It should be like 30-20% and deal 1 damage instead of 2. Like, it shouldn't be the thing that wins you the game. You know? It should be like a step along the way to winning the game. You should want to play Spirit's actual win cons. To be fair, Spirit's actual win cons aren't good, but we'll get into those later. Because we got a lot of Spirit stuff coming up with the novels. Alright, let's start off with pretty novels. 80% for 2 GP, that's steep. When this card is played, pick a percentage from 10 to 100% power. Either player has that percentage of power, this card gains plus 1 JP. Once per turn, pay 10% for each base point of JP for each card laterally adjacent to this card. Give those cards plus 1 JP per turn. Front row bear animatronic. Why is this 80%? This is an 80% card. I don't think so anyway. I mean, Joel, using like one specific percentage, he's at 3 JP while I'm a player at that. That's difficult to play around. It's not easy to play around that. I'm gonna stop this game, I guess. I mean, his once per turn is very expensive as well. You need a lot of power to get this guy working, right? And for a lot of power, there are better options. Like, 80% base price is... Red health. Huh. Oh, we'll still see that one. I mean, this thing is like... all the novels full stop. Yeah, it looks like it. Why is he 80%? That's 40 novels. 60% for 2 JP. When this card is a decorate card to salvage, it may move 1 space laterally afterwards. Once per turn, place a -1 JP card on a card in your opponent's front row for the turn. Left hall vent rabbit animatronic. I mean, it's quite expensive for the -JP counters. That's 60% for those. Sure, it doesn't need you to have lots of rabbits out, but I'd honestly rather have the cheaper things. I mean, it can move when it kills cards, which can be useful for like freeing up spaces. Or moving to block framework. Chica novels, 80% for 3 JP. Start of your turn, you must discard a food card from your hand to reactivate this card. Okay. Once per turn, deactivate this card to heal 1 damage. You can only use this effect if the amount of damage your opponent has taken is less than the amount of cards on your map. What does that mean? Right wall chicken damage. What does that mean? Why would you ever do that? That's... I'm trying to think of a scenario in which I would ever want to use this card. It's not coming. Yeah, that's... yeah, like, Foxy level 70%. 1 JP. A unique card in an adjacent space deck phase and a +1 JP card to this card, max 4, until after its next attack or block. When this effect reaches 4 cards in 1 turn, you may move this card to an adjacent space, and or you may draw 1 card. Front row Fox Electronic. And a unique card in an adjacent space. A unique card. Also JP cards. It's all personally wrong with me. But 3 JP is kind of big. But 3 JP for 80% without the like gimmick. What did it do to you? Look, the Springtrap gets 3 JP for 60% by the way. So it's like... It feels like every set after set 1 deals with 3 JP like it's a bigger deal than set 1 does. I'm making music man pick with Billy. Enough, alright. We're already like 4 hours into the stream, by the way. But I got this thing I used to not say when unique was refreshed. Wait, really? Huh. If I dared a Billy, then no other Billy could be useful. It's so stupid. That's so stupid. Oh. Yeah, we're like at page 9, and we're 4 hours into the stream. By the way, this is one of the sets of all time. I think this set needs the most attention of any set, honestly. Like, by far. It's just so less well designed than the other sets. Because I feel like nothing here has gotten as much attention as the other sets have. The Ghost Go, yeah. Yellow Bear, 100% for 4 JP, Alias is Golden Freddy novels, Fredbear. Once per turn, deactivate a unique spirit whose you control deal will damage to your opponent. This effect must be used on your turn, you must return this card to your hand. Uber Bear Sprinkle Spirit. Yeah, I actually made a spirit deck that uses this, but I've never played it. So like, I don't actually know how well it does. I mean, this thing seems really difficult to get out, honestly. Because it costs 100%, it's a Golden Freddy, and you also need a bunch of spirits. Really good with glitch bear stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that is really nice for like glitch bear stuff. I also the RWQ. Yeah, that's the thing. You need to keep your spirits, Right? And most spirit things don't need you to do that. Most spirit things, half of spirit stuff encourages you to get rid of them, in fact. So this thing's kind of awkward to play therefore. I feel like it forces you to stretch your deck very thin. Also, this is Springlock Spirit. But movie Golden Freddy isn't. Also, it's 4 JP. A movie Golden Freddy is only 3. Alright, Spring Body novels. What's the spirits are just child murder in a Halloween? Yeah. Yeah, you are just killing those spirits a lot. Big body novel, 60% for 2 JP. This card has -1 JP when attacked by a character for a cost of 40% or more. Once per turn, return a card with trap or will in its name from your side to your bottom deck. Draw 2 cards and discard 1 from your hand. Uber Rabbit Springlock. Well, why did Sire nerf this thing? They take 2 JP of the office, yes, but except remember this used to be a human with a cost of 40% or more, right? But it was already bad. It was already bad. Because you're returning after cards to archive, which is like quite literally the last place they want to be. You know? Its once per turn is bad. It's overpriced for where it goes. For what it is where it goes. It's overpriced as a body, it's bad as a body. Its once per turn is bad. It doesn't do it literally does nothing right. It doesn't even properly synergize with Afton. The card selection was nice. Oh yeah, you do draw 2, discard 1 in all fairness, that is pretty nice. Red Bear novels, featuring Spring Body novels. 100% for 4 JP, you can't play this card unless you control Michael Brooks. Alright. End of your turn, deactivate this card. When this card attacks, you must kill any card addition to it you control whose names aren't mentioned, even partially, by a child's spirit you control. Uber Best Springlock. You need Michael Brooks out to play this. Which makes it a bit awkward. Also, the way this card attacks also makes it awkward. Like, yeah, he's name's guy, yeah. I feel like this card isn't worth it. It's only 4 JP for like so much negative. It's like it's like you need one specific card to actually play it. Oh sure, Michael Brooks is the names guy. Like sure, he will mention even partially like all of your stuff probably, but maybe it's nice as like a goal failed turn, as like a goal failed for running Michael Brooks. Yeah, it is his only main four. You can't just run all the main four. It'd have to be in a Freddy deck to play it. Yeah, but you won't be playing a Novels deck. Novels is not an archetype. In all fairness. It's part of like different archetypes. Quick Trap Novels, 80% for 3 JP. When this card deactivates, you must draw 2 then discard 2 cards from your hand. When this card kills a card, mentioned even partially by a spirit player, add a +1 JP card to a card of illusion or Springlock type for the turn. Fool's Rabbit Springlock. one of the bots tried invading my bans again. This is like the second time this one specific bot has tried invading my bans. I don't want to visit your fucking website, dude. It's Springtrap Novels is like exists to help enable the effect. Oh, you can't make it put JP cards on itself. It does have string lock. It exists to like enable the like to be like a pseudo win con for the. They can, but they won't help. I mean, oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, we just attack twice with a card in one turn. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, it has to be part of like the like Afton spirit combo sub archetype that a lot of stuff like plays into. I said a lot of stuff, a couple of things play into. We'll get more for that when the second film comes out. Movie 2 is gonna be like Susie Trap. Sure. Alright, I mean, in that, he's not bad. His draw and discard ability is nice for like Afton. You know, the spirit stuff is a little awkward since you probably won't be playing that many cards that the spirits mentioned, so you'll be playing this in a spirit deck, of course, and you'll be playing it with like other Ryukyu and Glitch Bear and stuff. I don't know, I think he's not worthless. Oh, Twisted Freddy. Now we're to the good cards. Twisted Freddy, 30% for 2 JP with his cards face down during a opponent's can't use effects and has 0 JP while it's face down. Once per turn, reveal a Bear Illusion in your hand and discard it. For every 20% of its cost, gain 10% power. Fool's Bear Illusion. 2 JP for 30%. Good start. But also, like, it's like, its OTP is really good. You can run like multiple Golden Freddies or like Golden Freddy and like Kid Bear to use this to a really good effect. You can get like 50% right away with that. It's got nice placement, like both walls is pretty nice. Yeah, it's a bear, so like figure it out. It's a really good card. I really like this. On the next one, Twisted Foxy. 30% for 0 JP. This card flips face down during your opponent's turn and is unaffected by cards while it's face down. Once per turn, discard a Foxy Illusion in your hand and add a +1 JP card to this card. After 4 characters have been played by this effect, you must flip a coin to add another if heads or lose 2 cards of tails. Right off this Foxy Illusion. Interesting. So this is a Foxy who just keeps his counters. You have to discard things to do that, in all fairness. But he just keeps the counters. You're playing a lot of illusions. You can put a lot of counters on this, and you can put him up to 4 counters and then not get greedy from there, because the gamblers is not worth it. And you have like 4 JP in the office that you just have to like defend with stuff when it's flipped face down as your opponent's turn. This is a really good card. Really nice. Okay, it's refreshing after the performance of the previous novels, Foxy being like, yeah. Twisted Chica, 30% for 1 JP. This card flips face down during your opponent's turn. Can't use effects, so its face down has minus 1 JP. Do a plus JP and actually still has like JP. I don't know why she doesn't just have 0 JP. Oh well. Once per turn, discard a chicken or illusion you hand deal with damage. Vents chicken illusion. It's not bad burn if you want to discard a lot of things. I mean, is it rule best to use if you're like discarding a lot of things? And you know, if burn for very cheap, it's like 30% for a source of burn. Yeah, again, if you put a JP count on her, she can get 1 JP if she's face down. That's probably not going to mean much. Yeah, it's I'd say it's not as good as like Foxy Freddy, but it's not bad. Yeah, all of these give power with Fright Trap. I'm actually working on a deck around that because, like, I think a non-Nightmare Illusions deck it's possible right now. A non-Nightmare Illusions doesn't really have sure, it's not amazing for like win con really, but I don't think it's terrible. Speaking of terrible, Twisted Body, 30% for 1 JP. This card has face down. Wait, why does Twisted Body have 0 JP, but Twisted Chica has minus 1 JP? What gives? Why is it different? Once per turn, discard a rabbit or illusion in your hand. This card can attack as if it was in a position with this card can be played in. It is used to attack a card that carries minus 1 JP for fight. Break for rabbit illusion. I mean, so you don't need to put minus JP counters on it, but is 1 JP by default? So you're like, you're getting rid of 2 cards to get rid of one of your opponent's 2 JP cards, or like, I suppose more if you've got minus JP cards, tokens, counters on them. That's the idea. Like, does things with those. I know. I honestly don't think he's worth that much. Twisted Wolf, 5% for 2 JP. This card flips face down during your opponent's turn. It can't use effects while its face down has 0 GP. It's better Piranha here. Once per turn, discard a Wolf illusion in your hand to reveal the top cards of both decks for free. Set by cards play cost. Left office Wolf illusion. Like, calling it better Piranha is like inaccurate. It has got different stuff going on. And once per turn, it's worthless. So really bad once per turn. But you don't take it for once per turn. You take it for 2 JP with your fist for 30%. Yeah, he can still block. He can still block. He can still block. Like, he can still stop an attack from connecting with your face or another card of the office. That's worthwhile. Better Piranha. I don't mind the OTP being worthless, because the card itself is very good. No, I like the Twisted cards a lot. I think they're very good cards. Overall. They're not all winners. Twisted Body is like... Give him 2 JP, I'd still hesitate to use him. Twisted Chica feels outcompeted. And I think the mid-range options for Chica are more interesting. 5 pages left, yep. Hot type Foxy doubles, 60%, 2 JP. When played, discover top 2 cards of your deck. Both cards have fun time in their name. This card becomes aggressive. And if your turn, if this card is active, you may flip it over from Rofox Electronic. And for the other side, Mangle Novel's question. What? A Sparky Synergy? Why Novel's question mark? Like, Mangle possibly not from the novels? We're not quite sure what she's from. Excuse me. 60%, the 2 JP, Alias is Toy Fun Time. Why Alias Toy? This one doesn't have Alias Toy. This shouldn't have Alias Toy. Oh wait, was it the novel originally? Oh, was it added for a graphic novel? Huh. That's stupid. Like, it's really stupid that Funtime Foxy just gets run the fuck over by a car. Unless I've been misinformed. That just fucking happens, right? Or they just added it in so they could draw the Mangle. Alright, speaking of this, cards chase like amalgam type. Like an amalgam already. Once per turn, when a card that shows a desired type of this card is killed, add a +1 JP counter to this card until it next deactivates. Then return a character card from your side to your trigger one, draw one, flip this card over. Okay, so it could like flip flop between the two. You have to turn Mangle novels back into Funtime Foxy novels. Funtime Foxy novels is good at like putting fun times into salvage. That can be helpful. Mangle novels is like Sure what I mean. Neither is amazing, which is like the point. Neither of these are very good, but they're both together in one card. How is that head operating if like the endoskeleton skull isn't there? Whatever. Mangle never made sense anyway. Game big buffs. Alright. The most Foxy Mangle. That makes sense that it's the most Foxy Mangle because it's literally half Foxy. Pretty cool card, honestly. I do like it a lot. Operates via plot holes in the suit. I love that he's just A-posing there. A full-time funny novels, 50% for 2G. I see A-posing. 50% for 2JP, you must call a child you control to discard one from your hand to play this card. This card can't attack except by effect. And if your turn, this card may attack if you control a kind of funtime after its name at plus 1 JP to that attack. You can't attack deactivated cards this way. Rightful Bear animatronic. Interesting card. So it can attack the turn it is played. If you have more fun time, it's JP for that. Also, it's pretty nice. If I understand correctly, no way, it can't attack the turn it's played because I believe this effect still works there. Like, probably can't attack the turn it's played. That would be too good for purposes, but. This is still pretty nice. This is like a pretty decent card, honestly. Yeah, it does. Those are requirements. It can't attack deactivated cards, which does sting. Yeah. So this is set 3. There's stupid. There's like mistakes everywhere in this set. Because Sai hasn't combed over it like he has for sets 1 and 2. Well, 2 to a lesser extent, but set 1 has received a lot of attention. And set 2 a bit more, but set 3 doesn't get much attention. It really doesn't. With BFB, FCG. BFB. FDI season 4. Alright, on to from Baltimore Amalgam. I've got to say it looks so stupid. Alright. Okay, yay. This thing looks so stupid. Why does he look like a walnut? Why does William look like a walnut here? It looks so stupid. It can't raise this arm because the Chica head is in the way. That's it, Professor. Anyway, 100% for 0 JP, but not really. This card is treated as having Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden, and Fredbear's name. It cannot be played unless you have 5 cards with each of these names represented in your salvage. Each. I don't assume you need all of them represented. That would be... I think it would be stupid if you need all of them represented. I go to say you don't. First, plus 1 JP for each spirit of a unique name that you control. Once per turn, you can kill the opponent's card by deactivating spirits you control to the base JP of the type. Alright, yeah. You can kill the opponent's card by deactivating spirits you control with the base JP of the type card. Take 1 damage. Left Office Chimera Amalgam. This is an interesting wink for spirits. You need spirits to give this good JP. You need like probably like if you're playing with spirits, probably Space God with Freddy's. I've had some other things. Your salvage. The chap don't trust it. Oh yeah, I was going. This needs so much. You need like at least 4 spirits with unique names to make this thing worth it. Really, I think that's like 4 JP. It's not worth it. killing the opponent's cards is probably nice. You can kill a 0 JP card. You can kill a 0 JP card with without deactivating any spirits. The Chimera Amalgam being the only 2 types isn't ideal for spirits. Spirits doesn't really do much of those types. Even side type, rather. It's also 100%. Like all of this, and it's 100%. It's got so much requirements to do things. And then your opponent just Scooper LLCs it, or boxes it, or death coins it. Yeah. To be fair, spirits do have a lot of ways to play this thing. Like they have Glitch Bear now, they have Space Golden is nice for spirits. Yeah, I'm shocked the Puppet isn't for novels like at all. You know? The Puppet was kind of the main character of FNAF 2's gameplay. Doctor doesn't appear in the novels. In all fairness, the novels like did have most things from. They didn't have like anything from FNAF 2 in. Charlie's weird robot heads. This feels a little early for this kind of card. 10% 0 JP. During either turn when a card with Charlie or with Puppet's name is killed, you may scrap this card to play a card with the exact same name from your hand or deck for its cost. Off-map endo animatronics. I fucking hate the Puppet, man. That fucking full stop, that tiny little punctuation mark. Just. Ugh. God, it's so stupid. Why isn't it the Puppet? Why isn't it Charlie open bracket spirit close bracket? I'm sure there's gotta be a good reason. I think like a Puppet full stop doesn't count as having just Puppet in its name. Why? That's not how that normally works. That's not how that normally works at all. Will counts as William counts as Will. Why does Puppet not count as Puppet followed by a full stop? I know why. Why is it Game Charlie called The Puppet? And why is it Game Puppet called The Puppet? And Game Charlie called Charlie open bracket spirit close bracket? Why does it have to be such an easy to miss detail? Yeah, well, if all of Charlie's stuff could like, if all novels Charlie's stuff could apply to like the Puppet, then that would be too good. I had to play against that because that was how Waterfall used to play before. Which is understandable, by the way, before he found out that the rules were actually poorly written the whole time. Big Top Boys, 20%, 1 JP. Aliases, Fun Time, and Biddy Bab. So these Biddy Babs get Fun Time. This card is treated as having human. This card is treated as having humanoid. Yeah, we couldn't make it a humanoid type. That was. This card is treated as having humanoid type. If this card's play cost was reduced by an effect, or you gain power because you played this card, it becomes aggressive. Front row challenge. Yeah, it's treated as having humanoid type. I think I found my least favorite card. Like, straight up. God. Just because it's a fucking pain. With all the inconsistencies. So pre-patch, like, Ouroboros was, like, gameplay-wise for both defensive card. But at least it made sense. At least you read it. And, you know, it's like, had things in common with cards, and, like, it made fucking sense that it was like that, and other cards were like that. Anyway, the knife wielder. When you flip for 0 JP, this guy's played deactivate and does not reactivate next turn. I didn't even talk about their actual gameplay at all. I gotta talk about the Big Top Boys' gameplay. Completely forgot. It's a child, so baby likes that as a humanoid, so you can draw it with stuff. It's fun time and Biddy Bab, so like, you know, stuff like that was really nice and stuff like that. It's a good card. It's actually not a bad card. This thing's actually pretty good. That's the worst part. It's like, it's not a great card, it's a perfectly usable card. I could see fun times running it to great effect. Not a great effect, to a good effect. Knife wielder, 40% 0 JP. Plate deactivated, does not reactivate next turn. You may scrap this card to kill a card. If you do, take 4 damage. If that card has 3 JP or more, take 2 more damage. Left tool, vent, left office, and no animatronic. Why does it look like that? It's just me, this thing looks so awkward. Why isn't... I guess it's supposed to be subbed over, it just looks like it doesn't have a neck. That's for like how the actual thing works. It takes too long. It's easy. It takes too long. If you put it in the front, it will be killed before it does its thing. If you put it in the office, it will take up an office space until it does its thing. It will be very vulnerable until then, so you need like full protection across your front. So it will probably be killed before it does its thing. No. I think 40% is a lot to pay for such an unreliable card. I do like there being more unique removal other than like just the same 3 fucking cards every time, but... Eleanor's, oh my god, it has synergy with yeah, it has synergy with the Fright's things. It has L. It has synergy with the Fright's things. Whoa. 20% 0 JP. It has L in the name. It has synergy. When played, play a card with Charlie and its name from your deck for its play cost plus 10% if you don't have another card with Puppet type. You may play a card with Puppet. Oh yeah, you're talking about the knife. Oh, why isn't it in the game then? If it's like, if it's the price version, that's whatever. If I can have puppets in the same way instead, well, it's puppet not period, so, you know, like, you fuck yourself, I guess. Was put I return when you activate the effect of a card whose name is registered by code of Charlie and its name you control, gain 10% when draw 2, discard 2. Offers child puppet plush. Yeah, it's for Suicide Bot 9000. It's so fucking stupid, anyway. Choice. I mean, you can just play a card with Charlie and its name is it. So you don't shuffle the deck afterwards. Why the fuck don't you shuffle the deck afterwards? Like, why don't you shuffle the deck afterwards? The card whose name is registered by code Charlie. I mean, the ones put every other turn is nice. Why don't you shuffle the deck afterwards? Everything else that does that shuffles the... Never. Oh hey, it's Fun Time Anonymous Gang of Clowns. 60%. 3 JP Giant Alias Fun Time. Start your turn, remove the top 3 cards of your deck and discard 1 card from the archive and rest. Front row. It's a perfectly usable card. This thing is nice instead. It's like the cheapest 3 JP in the game. Standing for unicorn. What is this? Play for 0 JP, you may scrap this card. Choose 1 card on your map, but next time would send a card to the salvage by fighting. Deal 1 damage for every point of JP that card has over the opponent's card. Off-map unicorn plush. I mean, I'm sure that's nice if you've got like really high JP stuff. That's being blocked by low JP stuff. That's nice. I don't know. I wouldn't. I'd rather just play like. Just guarantee it making like. I don't know. Here you go. Theodore the Rabbit. Play with 0 JP. If you place a -1 JP card on a card, you may scrap this card to make it permanent. Once per turn, deactivate this card at a -1 JP card to on a card directly from a rabbit or android on the map for the turn. Off-map rabbit plush. This thing should have alias Bonnie. I don't care that it's technically a different character, that's fucking Bonnie. Yeah, it's not that bad. I should actually be reviewing the cards. I mean, it's like, you know, it's pretty nice actually. Lavar novels, 60% for 0 JP. This card can attack cards in adjacent space to it that you control have +1 JP in your turn while you have 5% more. Once per turn, you may spend 1 card from your salvage to your deck bottom. Uber Adult Human. Alright, we got first of the Knowles humans. An interesting start. The Lamar is it costs like 60%, which is a lot. And you only get value out of him while you're at 50% or more, 30% or more. I don't know. And you can't play him for veg, which is the most valuable possible space for him. He seems like overcosted. That's for JP to more cards is actually nice, but you have to put him in the office to take advantage of that fully because he can't be in the fucking event. Indiscriminate card return. I mean, yeah, that is true actually. The rewards button is very nice. You can like draw the game longer with if you're not playing a thing that's like, yeah, I did deck out. The thing is, decking out is such a rare occasion in this game. You know? Because the matches in this game are usually like, they don't get to that point. That's a very rare occurrence. I guess he's cool for like stalling, but I feel like he's like kind of overpriced for that. And stall decks will probably already be running card returns that just target what that deck's running. I feel like he's too expensive. Playbook 50% for 2 JP, where you have at least one more human and all other humans you have to deactivate. This card is plus 1 JP attacking. With this card, it kills another card by fighting, deal 1 damage. Front row adult human. This is really good. This is a really good card. He deals damage to your opponent, like he does burn when he kills cards. You deactivate your humans, which is usually pretty easy to deactivate them, honestly. Humans often have deactivated abilities. He goes up to 3 JP for only 50%. This is a really good card. John Novels. 40% for 0 JP, Defender. I haven't had a Defender in like ages, I swear. Once per either turn, when this card fights a human or humanoid with 0 JP, use that card for salvage and keep this card alive. Hello, Zombie X-Man 15. I'm just reading cards right now. Alright. Once per either turn, this card fights a human or humanoid with 0 JP, so that card is salvage and keep this card alive. Halls adult human. Interesting card. This once per either turn probably won't come up that often, because 0 JP humans are usually pretty well defended, that you won't be swinging into your opponent with 0 JP humanoids. Yeah, it'll never come up on like during your opponent's turn, but during your turn the idea is you attack with him to get that, but yeah, those things are usually pretty well defended. So I doubt he'll get many opportunities to kill them. However, he is defender for 30%. Yeah, he just won't be blocked, that's the thing. They need to be deactivated for him to do anything there. So you only ever go to use him for the fact that he has defender. I feel like if he could be a deterrent for more kinds of cards, like phantom cards for example, that could be more useful. But I don't know. Jessica Novels, 20% for 0 JP. All humans in spaces adjacent to this guard gain 1 JP on your turn. Front row adult human, she's really good. Like that's a really nice ability with like reactivating children. You could do a lot with that. You can get clay perked with 4 JP. Like not much human likes to attack very much really. You can get like fucking guy from the film, whatever he's called. Yeah, like one stuff. Oh, that could be useful. Absolutely. Alright, Charlie Emily from the novels. 50% 0 JP. This card is treated as having human type. You may deactivate this card and draw one card. I get this one makes sense because it's a lore reason. That one makes sense that she's not android human, she's just treated as having human. It's a lore reason. Once per turn, when you play a puppet or a animatronic, gain 10%. If you control a child spirit that mentions part of that card's effect text, that card gives the keyword defender until its next block. I mean, she's overpriced. Right? That's not 50%. I don't think that's worth it for 50%. Henry Emily novels. Play sent for 0 JP. Unplay reveal the top 5 cards of your deck and avoid card animatronic or android type your hand in arcade. You may scrap this card to play a card of animatronic or android type whose name and power is mentioned by a child in search. Or what you control for minus 20%. Off map adult human. Off map, huh? Being able to go for androids is neat. Oh yeah, you could have an off-map puppet book and attack. That could be really useful actually. Yeah, Charlie Emmys can be good. You guys that, but like, yeah, that's really good. It's like a 6 JP defender. Oh, I have a trouble. I should buy a child in your salvage. What you control. So he's really for like spirits. If I guess he's support on top of spirit support. It's pretty neat. Like, he's very applicable to a lot of things. And he's recursion. You could give like recursion to a deck that does a lot of like a specific animatronic or like a spirits deck. No, it's for animatronics. He gives recursion to like one of, if you're playing one of the main 4, play a deck with that. Pretty neat card. Dave Miller. Looks so dumb. Wait, what? Plus he's an off-map human to wear a mask. Yeah, Freddy Mask can go on his photo. Yep. Big name. Dave Miller. Are they supposed to be like spring lock injuries? I suppose so. Alright, 40% for 1 JP. When killed, you may play a card of Afton or Chaplet save from your hand for minus 40% cost. Looks like a naked joke, that's a joker. You're not wrong. I don't like how he looks. After the Chaplet save from your hand for minus 40% cost. Also, tell you may discard a card from your hand to give this card plus 1 JP third. If that card had Springlock type, keep the card until you post instead. Uber adult human. It's a good card. It's nice recursion. Well, he's not recursion. He used to be, but not anymore. He's nice for making Athens and traps like cheaper from your hand, so you can start the recursion going. And if you could discard them from your hand, also a good way to start the recursion going. You know, nice card. William Afton novels. Oh, we're almost 5,000 of this. 50% for 1JP. Oh, they just made him fucking Davros, didn't they? Ugh. Once per turn, when you reveal cards at the top of your deck with effect, you may add one card of Afton or Chap among them instead of the intended target. Start of your turn, you may discard the top card of your deck. If it was a child spirit, you may play it for -30% of its cost and take 1 damage. Office Adult Abomination. He's not even human, why is he Abomination? Like, come the fuck on, that's literally just like... Okay, but why Abomination? Like... Huh? Well, because he's like a cyborg or whatever, I don't... Is it because he died and then came back to life? That's what's going on with him, right? In the novels? He died, became Spring Sharp, and then unspring locked himself. Cyborg is a type 2. Alright, sure. Anyway, in terms of his effect, I like his once per turn. I like it a lot. I have an Afton deck. Yeah, B7 Cyborg, yeah. I have an Afton deck where I play this. And I play him with Bounce Pot. And it's really fun. He's also usable in like the interplay with like Spirit Afton stuff. You can play like novel spirits with Afton stuff potentially. I think that's the intended version of this. Yeah, it's really cool. It's so funny. Afton is like such a gross archetype, but it's got really fun stuff. Like some stuff Afton has is really fun. Yeah, I think he's a cool card, honestly. I think 50% is perhaps like a little much for him, but no, not every card has to be like amazing. He does what he does fairly well. Like compared to like something like Mike Schmidt. Young Charlie novels. %20 for 0JP. This card is free as having illusion type. When this card is played, before the top 3 cards of your deck, get 1 card of Charlie or pop it instead into your hand in an archive. Part of your turn, if you control an archive of Charlie or pop it instead, get 10% power. Rules, Child Android. Pop it, not period, so like, not even 4. Your top 3 cards with oh, it's just nice shelves for like value stuff. And she gives power, that's nice. But for 20%, it's like an on-map version of the book spirits. The novel spirits rather. The novel section goes on so long, it makes sense. It was a whole trilogy of novels, just a lot of characters and stuff there. Carlton novels. Why is he specified? 40% 0JP. During every turn, spirits can be played from either player's side for their cost, as if they're in either player's hand, as long as another card of the same name is not already in play. Off-map adult human. There's a whole page of customizations next. Let's fucking go. Anyway, I think he's like perfectly usable. He's a fine way of getting spirits back from salvage. And then Tails. Michael Brooks. So many Michaels. Tails, we will find salvation. So true. 40% for 0 JP. While you control a Golden Freddy or Fredbear, it casts something cheaper, Foxy, Freddy, and Bonnie in the same for effects. Of your turn, reveal the top card of your deck. If it has Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, or Chica in its name, and you control a card with part of that name, gain 30%. Off-map Child Spirit. Really good card. Very strong with Space Golden Freddy. That's the main thing you want to use it. Space Golden Freddy and Glitch Bear. Really good with those. Get a lot of power generation with normal spirits. Elizabeth Afton novels. 40% for 0 JP. When this card is played, search your deck to pick a card with baby in its name, shuffle your deck, then place the chosen card on top of the deck. Once per turn, when killed by a card with baby in its name, reactivate that card if possible. That card can't attack for the rest of the turn. Off-map Child, Spirit Human. Yeah, Adventure Fredbear too as well. Very good card. Getting like a specific baby is really nice. If you're not worrying about many from your deck, because you can't always, because you're running like spirits or something. Reactivating a card when she's killed by baby, that rarely comes up, in my opinion. That doesn't really come up all that often. Because it doesn't synergize with most babies, you know? Like, some of them need to be active to do the thing, some of them need to discard from hand. This doesn't really come up that often. But the first ability is really solid. Alright, these four I'm going to do together because they're all the same thing. They're good. They give you power gain, they're really good with Michael Brooks. They draw. They're pretty nice. Not doing them separately. Hey, speaking of Circus Baby. This is not it. Charlie ? Novels. 50% for 1 JP, you must discard a child from your hand and kill one you control to play this card. If killed, this card becomes aggressive. Once per turn, deactivate this card to play a child from your salvage for -20% of its cost. Until your next turn, the played card can't deactivate to use effects. Once per turn, deactivate this card to flip it over. Halls, Adult Android. Sparky support, so real. So she's interesting. She's a way to, if you're playing baby, to bring children back into the field when it's been salvaged. Well, she just deactivated. She is only 1 JP. She doesn't have like any keywords, and I think it's a little strange that she doesn't count as being human. Because she was able to pass as human. I guess, no, she doesn't have like a human soul or whatever like the other child does. Yeah, that's right. She's not. That makes sense. It makes sense that she's an old 100. Anyway, time for Circus Baby novels. 80% for 3 JP. You must kill a child you control to skull from your hand card. That was a wild puppet combo using her. Once per turn, you may kill a child you control to either draw 2 and discard 1 or gain 20%. You may refresh this effect once by taking 4 damage. Once per turn, flip this card over. William Afton never made anything with love. Alright. I think he loved killing children. No, that's a lie. Alright, now we have both these we pro review. I mean, This is a pretty middling Circus Baby card. She doesn't have a less alias fun time. But this one doesn't have alias baby, so it cancels out or something. I guess she's like undercover as a human, so whatever. In charge, you control to ever draw 2 and discard. I mean, that's a nice effect, but by refreshing it is genuinely worthless. How do you expect Baby to be fun? Flip this card over. I don't think they're very good. Emergency electrocute. 0%. Deactivate both a human you control and an animatronic directly in front of it. Oh, that's nice for like playing cheap humans. Going to play animatronics. Not a reliable thing to put in your deck though. Sound illusion desk, 0% augmented card in play. The chosen card is treated as having illusion type. You can put JP on it with Hudson. I like that Chica was being we're like a card away from this being useful. As it stands, it's 10%. This thing is maybe 10% and maybe plus 1 JP on a 1 JP card. Roadrunners and Reminiscence. 10%. Move a card as far right from the owner's perspective as it can move without being placed in an occupied space. If it moves 2 or more spaces, draw a card from your deck. Off-map customization. I know, I don't think it's good. You draw a card, I mean, you do move the card, but it's such a static way of moving. Yeah. I assume it can walk past a card in the event, but I'm sure there's some things that like to use this. Like, I don't know. Like, 10,000 illusions. Very good with Mimic Chica. Oh yeah, no, I imagine that being really nice of her actually. What the fuck, Balloon Boys? Is that an actual line? Is that like, did she actually say that? I refuse to believe she actually fucking said that, like... 40% for you may only play this card if you have no cards of illusion in your hand. Keep your finger top cards for your deck to take for enough time illusion cards so you can fill every group with space in your deck. Play each illusion for -20% cost. You can't spend more than 100% with this. If you spend more than 100% with this card, you take the full damage for every 10% over 100 you've gone. Send all other revealed cards for salvage. I mean, it's like you deck out your thing, you do the things which require stuff in salvage. You get the illusions if you don't have them already. You get them for cheaper, you fill the map with fucking Phantom Balloon Boy. Circus Babies Party World, 0%. For the rest of the turn, when you play a card with Fun Time, you get 10%. But you know, that would make too much sense. First turn, we play a card with Fun Time instead and get 10% discount on the top card of your deck. Off that customization. What a good card. This is a good card, a solid card for fun times. Now you make them nice and cheaper. What fun times are all about. Why does the side say Circus Babies Pizza but the card is called Circus Babies Party World? False advertising. Bulk 20% deactivate a card and play. I just gave this guy like significant head trauma. We're just gonna like let that pass by. Well, okay, you're right. The card does say Pizza World, not Party World. I don't know where I got Party World from. They've been doing this for 5 hours. Anyway, bulk, deactivate card and play. You know, you give the card a concussion. You deactivate them. No, I'm going to finish this set. I'm finishing this set. It's a good card. You know, very nice for aggro stuff. So, good card. Yeah, there's still 4 pages. I can do 4 pages. He never loved you. 10%. If you control a card with William or Trap in its name, you may play a card with Baby in its name from your hand for its cost minus the play cost of that William or Trap card. Play a card with Baby in its name. Yeah, that's pretty cool if you're like doing something with both of them. Although, that's not really the thing you do that often. There's not generally that much overlap between their abilities, apart from like common synergy with spirits and some things. Yeah, it's great. Very niche card. I love you too, 20%. Kill a card with Charlie in its name that you control. Play a card from your hand for its cost minus the cost of the chosen Charlie. If those cards have to be exact same kill play cost, you may pay that cost to kill a card on the map. We wonder if you're using yellow. Yeah, actually, that's probably what it would be for. Yellow Rabbit in a kid killing deck. Yellow Rabbit or like Springtrap novels kind of also does that bit. Well, not really. Springtrap novels, not really. But yeah, that has use there. This one's interesting because you can kind of use it as like a really cheap death coin, but it's very like rare to actually like get out. Also, I believe that's the swords that Henry used to kill himself. Because, you know, Scott Cawthon's a great writer. Real subtle writing. It's interesting. Interesting card. There's some really interesting stuff over here. Freddy's Psychic Blast, 50%. Choose a card with Freddy in its name that you control. You may return a card in its path to the owner's hand. Off-map customization. Use Charlie's draw and replace it with another copy for a decoy in another draw. Yeah, like exactly. That could be really nice. I feel like novels Charlie stuff has good potential. I really like this card. Yeah, it's very good. Very good bounce. I used this card to Correct. Spring Jacket Springtrap. This card, among others, like, this was very integral in my anti-Springtrap strategy for the tournament. I'd used this with like Blackout with Freddy and go for else. See, I could just completely bypass having to fight the Springtrap cards. It's a really nice card. Springlock Vest, 10%. Augment a card on the map, it becomes Springlock type, and when it gets removed from play, or this card does, the owner of it takes 1 damage. Interesting card. It's a nice little way to do a bit of burn for killing one of your opponent's cards. Regenerating wall, yeah. I mean, it's nice to feel like. The thing is, there's just better ways of doing burn. That's the thing, like, why do you rely on having to kill a card when you can instead just play something that you don't need to kill a card for, like, have like Chica LLC. I helped him create 60%. You must control a card with will in its name to play this card. You may play a child spirit from your hand who mentions, even partially, a card in play for no cost. If you did, you may play up to 4 more child spirits from your deck with no repeating names for -5% their cost each. Off-map customization. This is for, you know, Afton and spirits. The set 3 has like quite a bit for Afton spirits. Warrior Archetype will get more fleshed out in the second FNAF film. Because I expect in that film we're going to learn a lot more about William Afton's past and stuff. The end. If you have 5 cards of 0%, if you have 5 cards of Charlie and Van names in your salvage, you may either gain 20% power, add 1 music box card to this card to a card in play, draw 1 card from your deck, return a card from your salvage to your hand. Off-map customization. Yeah, this is the end. I think this should be a win con personally. I don't know what it would even be, but 3-star ending gets to finish the game right away. This should too. If something's like an ending, it should end the game. It would be awful to balance. This would be horrible to balance. Maybe something like that. Something very difficult to do. I don't know. If you have to recreate the events of the novels in your game, how would you even do that? Like what? You gotta like kill Charlie question mark or something. You gotta like kill William Afton, kill Charlie question mark. Yeah, 1000 Illusions wouldn't still win. Although 1000 Illusions doesn't kill, mind you. It does not kill. It just sends to salvage. So it would be that you'd have to actually kill them. You'd have to actually get them on the board and then send them to salvage. Probably not good at all. This in and of itself is it's alright. 0%. Oh, okay, you mean your idea. Yeah, I get that. Okay. I don't know. I feel like this is more like a more usable card than if it's a gimmick like that. Alright, Springtrap Replica. That's the first bit right. 90% for 1 JP. This card I display with 5 cards on it. When it has 3 cards of any candidate, send it to salvage. Salvage your turn, remove a card from this card. Office, Ferret, Springlock, it sucks. Yeah, 3-star does suck. This thing sucks. It's like... Aside removed its like upside and then barely touched that apart from it. It could not have the counters gimmick and it would still suck. This is not a good card. Nexi. 30% 0 JP. The human is killed, add a virus counter to a card in a space adjacent to where it was. Once per turn, you may discard a card from your hand to give this card plus 1 JP and treat this card as human for the turn. Uber, child, plus animatronic. It's an interesting card for certain. I feel like killing humans is too unreliable a way to get out virus counters. And the discard ability, you think of 1 JP. I don't know about that one. Lally. 30% 1 JP. This card can only be played while there is only one other card on the map. Target that card. Start of your turn, place a virus counter on both this card and the target's card. Office, Recall, Child Animatronic. I mean, it's like, this thing's like worthless if the game is anything but right at the beginning of the game. And when it is right at the beginning of the game, it's like good, sure, but like you need to like have a reset board. This thing's like really bad. What a great start to sales. Tap 60%. 3 JP. This card can only attack if there's a virus counter on it. Pop virus. Remove a card and either of your opponent's rules to the event. Red Trade Animatronic. Turn 1 Fairy House and Lally or Stein. Yeah, maybe, but then you need to draw like specific cards of that. I don't know. Anyway, like you'd get very lucky to do that. Like Haps. Haps doesn't seem like that bad. That'd be a decent way of like sniping down cards in your opponent's balls. Yeah, it's 3 JP for fairly cheap and it's easy to get a virus counter on it. Honestly, I don't think it's that bad a card. Glamrock Ballora. 40% 2 JP. Child animatronics that mention virus counters. They have to be both. Mention virus counters. If they affect text, enter play with a virus counter on them. That's quite niche. When this card is played, if your map has a card on every space, this card becomes aggressive and gains a virus counter. Red Hero Animatronic. Lally and Nexi. I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah, this is not good. Lally already ended his play with a virus counter. Strike the Diver. What's the point of this? Like, in universe. 60% for 2 JP. Yeah, it's not fun time. That's because she's Glamrock. This card gains 1 JP while a virus card is on it, but loses 1 JP in the opponent's turn. Why isn't that a Palm Virus? That should be a Palm Virus. This card is unblockable to cards in your opponent's front row with JP less than the number of virus cards on the map. Front row, Humanoid Animatronic, and Misfit. Let's go Misfit. I mean, this is pretty nice. This is a pretty cool card. You could just do 3 JP unblockable attacks. Oh, to be fair, you will have like 1 JP on the turnaround. But yeah, this is like a pretty nice card. Glamrock Chica Yellow version. 50% for 2 JP. Defender. This card may deactivate to redirect an opponent's attack yourself. It's like 2 defender cards in this whole set. When killed, play a different card with Glamrock in its name from your hand or salvage. For its cost, buy 10% for every virus card on the map. X5. Wolf, Chicken Animatronic, Good card. You know, it's good Glamrock support, except there's not much Glamrock stuff, you know. Yeah, she exists to support Virus Glamrock Freddy. 100% for 4JP, you must reduce this card's play cost by at least 50% to play this card. This card costs 10% less for every 2 virus cards on your map. Top virus gain 10% power, then you must discover the top card of your deck. Put through Bear, Virus, and Animatronic. With the virus type, we haven't had one of those in like forever. Yeah, it's a pretty decent win con for like virus stuff. It's nice. It gives power upon virus. That can be helpful. Like you spam out that. Alright, if a Mimic prototype, 60% to JP. Once per turn, choose a card adjacent to this card or in this card's path. Take 1 damage to use that card's per turn effect as if this card were it. When killed, you may play a card with Mimic in its name but without prototype from your hand that minus 50% its play cost, then draw 1 and discard. Omni and Animatronic. Pretty nice card. A good mid-range card for like Mimic stuff. It can go anywhere. You know, it could like it can pseudo after when it dies. Really cool. The Mimic LLC, 90% for 3 JP. This card is played deactivated and doesn't reactivate at the start of your next turn. Once per turn, discard a card from your hand with another card in place per turn effect. Omni, Rabbit, Endo, Animatronic. I know about this one. It starts out tasered for 90%, only 3 JP. I mean, fair. But like regular Mimic, you just have to like move a counter off of it. You can do that really fast. This, you can't block or attack until like 2 turns have passed. If that's for 90%. You have to discard a card from your hand to mimic a card's per turn effect. I suppose this could be decent if you play it during your opponent's turn with prototype. Yeah, regular. Yeah, fair. Mimic does get a lot of cost reduction. That's fair. The Sprinkled Jester, 50%. 2 JP, alias for Mimic. This guy is also treated as being an animatronic. This guy has minus 1 JP when it's attacked. Once per turn, you may use the per turn effect of a card in your salvage for player has 40% or less, or that has Mimic in its name. When killed, take 1 damage. Office, Humanoid Spring Lock. Interesting being able to just copy the effects of Mimic specifically. That's nice, like, synergy with those for later on. You know, when we get set 4. I could potentially like do copy a dead original Mimic's effect. Very bad defensively. He's only 1 JP of a defense. And to be fair, that's not of a defense. That's when he's deactivated and being attacked. I really don't believe blocking counts as being. No, blocking does count as being attacked. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is pretty good. Also, it's 2 JP in the office. Oh, for 50%. Pretty nice. The Mimic configuration. I don't know what Greek letter that is. 50% for 2JP. When you use a per turn effect, you may move this card to an open laterally adjacent space. Once per turn, this card can attack a deactivated card in its path without being blocked. Front row, Snake Ender animatronic. This is really good. This is like very good. You can like snipe down deactivated like office cards. Very good card. Zeta, thanks. And this is Epsilon, right? The configuration Epsilon. 70% for 1 JP. Every time you use a per turn effect on your turn, add a Pierce card to this card. Once per turn, when this card attacks another card, you may remove up to 3 counters from this card to add plus 1 JP to this card per each for the fight. Deal 1 damage for every point of JP this card has for one of the opponent cards. Vent Office, Spider Ender animatronic. Sigma, rather, not Epsilon. Sigma. Configuration Sigma. That was stupid of me. I should have one that looked like E would have an E sound, but no, Greek alphabet doesn't work like that. Oh wait, this is pretty nice. You can get a lot of JP. Attack, yeah, you can deal damage to the opponent when it's doing that. It does have to like look at fetch from hand tap. Oh. But what would work? It reads the same. Why? Just searching it. I mean, I found it. I think your chat messages are like delayed. It's a interesting. Why? Very, yeah. But it's just because my connection isn't the best for stream. Oh well. Oh yeah, weird as hell. Alright, the drowned one. 40% for 2 JP. On your turn, this card may move to be in the path of any kind of a virus counter on it. Yep, upon virus, this card may deactivate a card in its path for play cost of 20% or less by deactivating itself. At 10% of this card's effect range for every virus counter in play. Front row child virus. I think it's a pretty neat card. Try one. I like it. You can like deactivate office cards with it. You know, you can get a lot of virus to deactivate some expensive stuff. Very nice cards with virus stuff. Doesn't say it has to stay in front row. That's true. Thanks for pointing it out. That's yeah. That's very good. Probably should have to stay at the front row. They're a very strong card. Now on to Rory Tales. 30% 0 JP. When this card is played, play cards with Nightmare in their name in adjacent spaces for -10% their cost if they can be played in those spaces. Once per turn, scrap this card to return it to your hand. Omni, child, adult, human. Child, adult is such a weird way of specifying he's a teenager. Anyway, his card's like alright. You have to like play that. You have to play a lot of nightmares with him to make him worth the cost. Anyway, Thieves Snodgrass. 20% for 0 JP. The adult that was nightmare gassed into being a child for like 30 years. Oh. Yeah, fucking Steve Snodgrass. Let's go. When played, add a card of this card for each virus counter on your map. If this card has no cards on it, send it to salvage. Once per turn, remove a card from this card to play a card of LLC, its name, game, program type from your hand for -5% cost. Adult human. Really interesting card. The makes LLC the game's programs a lot cheaper. Very cool card. One problem I have with this is not with Salt himself, but with set 2. Where it's like, I have to go very far to find what I'm talking about. This should have LLC. This is from the AI game, it should have LLC. Yeah, it truly is a very cool, very nice card. This should have LLC. If like alias LLC, this should have LLC. We should everything from every character from a game that has like anything LLC in it should be LLC. Like, oh. These are literally characters from his game. They don't have LLC. Yeah, it's just an annoying inconsistency. Oh wait, these really good cost reduction. For like games programmed with LLC. Alright, we got Billy now. 20% for 0 JP. Yeah. You may deactivate this card to gain 10% if this card has a virus counter on it. Once per turn, you may move this card to an adjacent space on the map and or flip this card over. Omni, adult human. B7. Well, 1 JP, you cannot play this type of card. Once per turn, if this card is deactivated, you may flip it over and reactivate it by placing a virus counter on it. Omni, humanoid cyborg. Pretty nice card, honestly. It's only 20%, so you won't be getting that much. But what he does get for that is very useful. With quite a bit of power. It's quite cheap for 1 JP that moves around and reactivates itself. Yeah, no virus on it. Plenty of virus. Just a pretty solid card. Quite cost effective what he does. VIP. 20% for 0 JP. Child humans enter play with virus counter on them. Twice per turn, scrap both of your cards have a virus counter to deal 1 damage. Off map pig virus program. an interesting card. It's an interesting... This is like a child murdering card. You start your turn with him as B7. There you can. I imagine. Yeah, VIP. VIP was... I remember that. Okay, as it stands now, it feels like a virus version of killing children. Whatever that archetype was called. Yeah. Yeah. As it says now, it's like a probably overpriced burn for viruses. I mean, I imagine there's still stuff you can do with it. Alright, no weird now. GGY is basically the new face of the virus. Yeah, in all fairness, like... Yeah, Shikara and Tor is just much better. Yep. 40% for 1 JP, alias Gregory. When you play Ghost Space Station, you may add a virus card to a card on your map. Once per turn, you may move a card from one card you control to another for a turn. That was a virus card exposed. Omni, Child Virus, Human. It's funny how bad this guy makes the original Gregory look. He does something completely different. Not first, but like... getting like all those all the virus cards for like cheap customizations, it's so good. Just like he made virus as an archetype way faster. That's a Tiger Rock. 50% for 1 JP. Alias is Glamrock Mimic. Okay, so you get alias Glamrock. Okay. When played, choose a human you on your map. That card is treated as having the JP of this card and has a virus counter on it. When that card attacks or blocks, deactivate this card. Once per turn, a +1 JP card to this card until after its next activation. Max 2. Off-map Tiger Virus program. I'm not on the map, what do you mean? Oh, I see. Yeah, right. So obviously, yeah. Yeah, no, this is like... I don't know, it's too slow for 50%. Like, it gets going very slowly and... Like, normally they just kill the human and then he's just sat there doing nothing the rest of the game. I don't know. Maybe if he had like an upon virus to target a new... Really good in Gregory gun. Yeah, no. Very good isn't a real thing. I think it should have like something to do when the human dies. I don't know. Maybe. Mr. Burrows, 30% for 1 JP. When played reveal the top 3 cards of your deck and 1 card with Mimic or Glitch Trap and stay to your hand, then archive. When killed, move a virus card to play to an adjacent card. If there is one, then add another virus card to that adjacent card. Omni Adult Human. Oh yeah, Child Soldiers, like... That was probably nice there. You know, you get like the reactivation and stuff on like potentially a free JP card. Would be very nice. An interesting card. The search card for mimicking glitch chef, and his weight killed effect is alright, various stuff. There's cards that are better at both of what this guy does. The problem. Now the tree. The storyteller 90% for 5 JP. Alias the Mimic. This card can't attack with or block and it enters play deactivated. Twice per turn you may move a virus counter freely between cards in and off the map. Cards with virus counter them become aggressive even if the counter is removed. Office plant virus program. You could turn on a dynamic tree work. Yeah, fair. Fair. I feel like there are other things that are like... Yeah, I guess so. He's like specifically for like the set 3 mimic stuff. This is a glorified vital. Yeah, it really is. I mean, the twice per turn is nice. But... You use it for twice per turn and also just to like attack with Fanny. Yeah. Edwin Murray, Tails. 3% 1 JP. When this card is played, reveal the top 5 cards of your deck, add that 1 card of Mimic or of Merit same to your hand, an archive. Once per turn when you play a card of Mimic, it's then gained 20% power. Office, adult human. This is true. He fights Mimic. He gets 1 JP because he beats his son. Well, he beat the Mimic while it was pretending to be his son. Alright, first Edwin himself goes. This is a good search card. Good search card. It's also like 1 JP in the office. And for once per turn it's nice. Pretty good card. I gotta wonder, will we get a separate card for Edwin for the games? This is called Edwin Tales. I think probably not. Oh yeah, we will? Alright, cool. Oh, I see. It's gonna be like a really fucking big deck then. Oh, we have David's Tiger. 20% for 0 JP. Now he's Tails and we'll get a new one. Yep. Yes, Mimic's gonna be a very big deck. Especially since it's delaying like future games, it will likely be more Mimic stuff. When a card with Mimic or Murray in its name is killed and you control another card with Mimic in its name, you may deactivate this card and move that card to another open space if possible and reactivate. This includes your opponent's space if there is no other option, and for you then gain control of that card. Off-map Tiger Plush. Now his tail. Yeah. Oh yeah, this interesting card David's Tiger is. I mean, assume you move the card that would be killed. Yeah, you move it to somewhere where it would be killed. And reactivate it. No, it's when it's killed, so you move the other card. Yeah, move the Mimic Shaker. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, move that round. Yeah. David and yeah, that seems really nice. Speaking of David. David Murray Tails. 20% for 0 JP. You may scrap this card to refresh the per-turn ability of a card that has Mimic its name which you control. When killed by fighting, play a card with Mimic in its name from your hand or side for minus 50%. Uber Child Human. My name is David. You know, I'd really like it if David getting run over by a car becomes a card. I think that would be really fun. Now we got for Bobby Dot, sign with Rose. 20% for 0 JP. Once per turn when you add a card to a card of a map and another card of that time for the turn to it, remove another card of that type on your map at the end of the turn. Off map humanoid program. It's It's an interesting card. I can see it having like genuine use in something like Puppet. Maybe even like not so much with Virus because you can move it around very easily. Yeah. Also maybe like Bonnie or Foxy. No wait, no, it doesn't work with Bonnie. It has to be in your map. We're boring, doesn't work on Bonnie. Because Bonnie can't have shit. And for the next one, Gemini. 20% for 0 JP. Once per turn, when you draw a card with an effect, draw one more. But at the end of your turn, discard a card from your hand. Yeah, they can't already this is good. How so? Powerful enough for rip. When you draw a card of effect, draw more. You turn discard a card from your hand. Pretty nice drawable cards, but this kind of card fan, depending on the deck, that could still be like perfectly takeable. Make you discard on the effects instead of two. Out of turn, that's interesting. Yeah, that's quite good, just sending something this out of the way. Oh, that's busted. Yeah, I can tell why that was snuffed. Yeah, that sounds like really good. Alright, now we got Olive. 20% for 0 JP. Once per turn, when you gain power with an effect, gain 20% more power. At the end of your turn, lose 20% more power of the plate rainbow, ironically. God. If you could just play Rainbow, that's like, God. Yeah, Olive's probably good for like, I don't know, Golden Freddy or something. Yeah. It's good for Dreadbear. 80%. God. I'm nearly done. Dream Sphere, 10% automatic human on your map and deactivate it. At the start of your turn, you may choose not to reactivate it. If you do, draw one card. If it ever reactivates, kill this card. If you control a card with mood in its name, you may escape to it if you draw this way. Huh. Yeah, I just very good there. Yeah, maybe stuff with Moon or EXE. Like breathing in the spirit. Yeah, it could be nice. Oh hey, this actually isn't just a fat full screenshot anymore, that's nice. Nightmare gas, 30%, or recommend a human on your map. That card can share space with a single card of Nightmare staying at one time, it's designed for favorite child. Off up customization, pretty nice for any like Nightmare support humans. Yeah, that was Photoshop too, it's brilliant. It's better than what we had before. You know, very nice, just put it on a car that supports Nightmares. Alpha mode. 100% persistent when you play a giant or card with music command in its name, it becomes aggressive. Off up customization. Yeah, that's true. So it's not ideal. No, I disagree actually. I think it's still useful. Yeah, except for you can use it for playing stuff. You could use it to have a human that supports the Nightmares on the board at the same time as Nightmare stuff. It's like putting the Office with like the Office Nightmares or something. Also, it's called Nightmare, and it's only 20%. Good for that. Oh yeah, bouncer mode. Yeah, it's probably best for something like it costs 20%. Like the cheapest like giant card is 60%. Plus 80% for an aggressive 3 JP, the very cheapest. These are all very expensive cards you're playing already. The world celebrates you, 30%. If you lose this time by every 6 hours taken instead of losing, set the health quality 0 and draw 3 cards. Off up customization. This thing exists to do one specific combo with Balloon Kid. That's the point of this card. So it makes that a very good combo, really good. I mean, maybe you could do stuff with like some of the Fright stuff that deals damage to you, like Fright Spring Trap. Have him like kneel up a full front row of illusion tokens and get yourself at 0 and draw 3. It's just incredibly gimmick. Husband Nanobots. What the fuck is this series about anymore? 0%. Augment a card in play and reveal card in your hand. The augmented card is now treated as having the revealed card's design in addition to its own. Off-map customization. Yeah, this is little card. I mean, you give the card a design of something in your hand. It's probably nice for like, you know, getting like design for spirits or something. But I suppose if you're using a card to support a deck that isn't part of the deck's archetype, seems niche. Alone together, 20% choose a human card in your salvage. You may play it off the map and change its type to spirit. If that card ever deactivates, kill it. If that card is ever killed, lose 20% power. Off-map customization. Weird fucking card. I'm sure there's some spirit shenanigans that this is good for, and there's some humans that probably very much like this. Don't really think of anything for it right now. Themes apparently. Minus 10%, this card does nothing. The customization would give you 10%, I don't have anything else to say. Monty Within, I thought this was like 30%. 10%, augment a card on your map without Monty in its name. That card starts with having Monty Gator in its name, and Fallout also has an alligator design. So if you return a coin, if Tails of the Chosen card must attack, it may attack active cards in its path if it does. Off-map customization is really not good. Being called Monty isn't that valuable, I don't think. Now the final card of this set. Oh wow, this thing got buffed a lot, huh? Black Tears 50%. Add all humans on the map to the salvage, replace them all with Endo tokens, 0 JP and a drug. Choose an Endo that you control. For every card killed by this card is afflicted, a virus card to that card also gains plus 2 JP card. Off-map customization. Oh, that's a whole 40% cheaper. Now it's actually worth considering taking, I think. I mean, yeah, if you can move all those virus counters around, I'm gonna do stuff with that. You get Monty in there. Yeah, that's really all you would ever use that for. Monty is not gonna be his own archetype. I honestly fucking baby with all the Monty stuff in Secret of a Mimic. Monty archetypes of future, I guess. Anyway, Black Tears is probably still pretty trash. I mean, hey, it's now cheaper than it's now 50%. So if you're really struggling against your opponent's humans, add fear. I've speed over this before, it was like right at the beginning of the deck. Okay. That's it. That's set 3. Full set overall. I think this is the least polished set. This set was has had the least amount of fine tuning, and it shows. There's a lot of very good ideas in this set. I like a lot of the ideas that this set has. But it's just not as fine-tuned as like set 1. Set 2 is similar, but this set had that much worse. Especially because they got a lot more bold. So I got a lot more bold with the gimmicks in this one. Okay, we just passed 3 hours now. I'm ending the stream. Good stream.